Now, say my name.
Heisenberg.
You're goddamn right.
Got plenty of hoes last week. What are you talking about? Oh boy. No. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Boy, everybody wants to be red pill today. Everybody's gonna red pills all around. Red pills all around. Here you go. Steven Crowder, here's a red pill for you. Temple, got 2 of them. Here you go. What's that? Louise Perry, here, red pill for you. You got one too? Chris Williamson, here's a red pill. Anybody else want a red pill? Live from the secret bunker deep in the Nevada desert. This is the Rational Mode. Y'all ready for this? Steven Crowder made me do this. Just putting that out there before I get started here.
Men don't really need a woman. They want a woman. Women control access to sex. Men control access to relationships. And then the question for a woman is, what would a woman need to do back then, without the modern conveniences and court system, what would a woman need to do to keep a man? This is the dance. This is the relationship dance. How does a woman keep a man? Because he can go from teepee to teepee like Little Bear. Love, kindness, warmth, loyalty. It's an emotional currency. Men, you can comment below, that we value. You know what a woman never did? If she knew that her husband could leave for the winter and maybe not come back, and she couldn't sue him, take all his stuff, she didn't yell. She wouldn't nag. She wouldn't manipulate. For that same reason, the man who provides nothing, who fights for nothing, would never find himself a mate.
I'm glad we have you here to point these things out for us, Stephen. Thank you very, very much. All right. Oh, audio levels are back. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Don't worry. I've got you. I got your back. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Well, thanks for the reminder. I'll throw it up here. We're going to have a lot of, where'd it go? That's the better one. We're going to have a lot of data. This is going to be a data heavy, stats heavy, statistics, research, data heavy show today. Well, more or less. Welcome. Hey, how's it going? I am back from Connecticut. Connecticut was a fun trip. I'm actually got to go. I have to go back out there again too. I will let you guys, well, you know what? I'll just let you know now. I am in the process of shooting a sort of a masterclass series, on, well, really the player's handbook. But I think it's going to be sort of universally applicable. So, I have decided I'm going to end up doing a teachable class, I guess, a Kajabi class. I don't know really what to say, but it's sort of an online class. I will be, of course, offering it to all of you at some point. But it'll probably, if you're a Patreon, if you're one of my Patreon subscribers, will probably get a discount or you get at it early. Once I have it, though, I don't just do courses. I don't want to do it here. Like I don't want to do it right like here. I want to do it in other places. I want to have a good background. I want to have I want it to be completely pro. I'm not going to half-ass this thing. So, I am working with Savo Brothers. If you guys have not already seen so, well, the video's coming. Don't worry. It's coming. But it's not something that people always want I think in the internet age, we all want immediate gratification. It's like, what? He's talking about video. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some video work, some masterclass videos, not for masterclass itself, but I want them that style. So I don't want to just I could very easily just go get my own video rig and just do it right here and do a video, but I feel like I owe my people something a little bit more higher end with a little more polish. So that's what I'm doing. That's why I was in Connecticut, and that's why I have to go back out again because we did not finish. When is Torsha? Torsha is not joining me today. I am in Reno, Nevada. She is in Chicago, and the boys are still in Connecticut. Not Hartford. Sheffield? Whoa, I forget what it's called. Anyways, they're out there in Connecticut. And I had a really good time. No, I am not doing anything permanently with Torsha. Thank you very much. We have a lot of things going on. I feel. Give me the merch. I will be doing merchandise, actually. That's something I've got in the works right now as well. Maybe, what are we, quarter 3? Maybe quarter 4. We'll see. Maybe just in time for the holidays, I'll get your merch to you. Anyways, I have been noticing a few things. And of course, you know what's interesting to me is like every time I'm on the road and I'm out doing stuff, I have guys like send me things through. You guys are fantastic, by the way. I got to give you like shout outs, really quick here, but you guys end up giving me Sheffield. No, that's England. I know. It's not. Okay. That's where Def Leppard's from. I get a lot of good stuff from you guys when I'm on the road. In fact, I think a lot of the times I keep my notebook here with me all the time when I'm out. And of course, I kind of have to keep notes just to stay on top of things right now because I have so many people in my DMs on Instagram, on Twitter, even Facebook. I mean, I have so many. By the way, if I haven't friended you on Facebook, it's because I've maxed out my friends on Facebook. But I'm always reading emails. I always read my Instagram DMs. I'm always reading stuff. So if I don't get back to you, if I just give you a little heart or something, this just means hey, I read this. I just don't have time to really kind of respond to you. But I do have, I've got a whole email sort of inbox that I just keep that I redirect, questions and, hey, did you check this video out? And so it seems like this last week, everybody suddenly wants to be Red Pill all of a sudden. All right. Tim Pool has had Fresh and Fit on twice already. He has delved into Red Pill topics occasionally, but I don't think I have ever seen him really jump on top of an article in the way that he does here. And I'm going to show you this article here as well. That's actually, I think it'd probably be better just to sort of let Tim go through it. But somebody sent me that article. And then, by the way, I've got Steven Crowder here who led us off. I didn't even know about this Instagram video he had done until I had seen, because I follow him on Twitter. I didn't follow Steven on Instagram. Now I do. But I saw him on Twitter. And the comment, do I have it in? I might have it in here. Where did it go? Do I have the tweet? Oh, yeah, I do. This was his tweet. This was Crowder's tweet. Men control access to relationships and women control access to sex. Where could we have heard this before? Wow. That's a groundbreaking, profound statement there. Well, no, not in there. But anyways, that's a profound statement, Stephen. Wow. It's almost as if that should be attributed. So does that come out of you, man? Come on, man. Like when I see stuff like that, I see, one of the reasons why I wanted to get Tim Pool on here is because he's kind of doing the same thing. When I listen to Crowder, I'll put him back in here in a second and just sort of dissect him a little bit. I hate just having everything be sort of like this, like Red Pill reaction. I should do a channel, Red Pill reactions, right? But then I would never be able to do the classroom settings.
Hello there, children.
With all of you guys. But that's what I try to pride myself on. I try to keep things in as academic a style as possible. But when I constantly have people going, oh, did you see the interview with Sneeko and Destiny? And it's like, do I have to? Yeah, okay, I'll watch it, right? Watch that. Then I watch the breakdown between, or the show with Fresh and Fit and Sneeko and Destiny. And I don't know, man. I don't know. I thought it was a pretty good show, But I really felt at the end of it, I like nothing got resolved, nothing got done, nothing got like the issues and the topics that I thought were going to get sort of hashed out and all that just never saw the light of day. It's almost like red pill apologetics, like, oh, well, let's see what common ground we can find. And I'm not saying that that's not a bad idea. It is. It's a good idea anyways. When I was on with Ruslan, though, I felt like I was pushing against the narrative. I certainly was pushing against a lot of people say, well, Rollo, you were prepared for Ruslan's debate. I'm like, yeah, because it wasn't a debate. And we didn't even know I didn't even know what the topics were going to be when I walked in there. I mean, I had a few ideas from Adam Sosnick when I went down, but again, the debate is not a debate. It's not about here's the issues. It's let me throw out these innuendos. Let me throw out my presumptions about what I think it is that you are promoting. What it is that your advice is this. Your philosophy is this. And I was like, no. And I tried to set that out. I put that out from the very beginning here. And I let me throw this on there. Ruslan didn't even read your books. Well, he read them enough to sort of, I don't know, at least to start a conversation about like, oh, is Rollo really a hypocrite or is he not a hypocrite? And that's not a debate, man. That's just like, oh, you say these things. And it's like, well, I don't know. Are you an expert on me? Are you an expert on the stuff I've done in the past? Yeah, and Destiny is definitely a big simp. But when I watched the interview of Sneeko and Destiny, and I watched the sort of the back and forth and the exchange there, quite honestly, and I like Sneeko. I like him very much. And as you know, I love Myron and Fresh like brothers, okay? But when Sneeko's on there, I think his like heart is in the right place, is in merch, right? I think his like intent is in the right place, but he was out of his depth with Destiny. And really Destiny just sort of like, he set the framework, he set the parameters of the interview like from the very outset. So it was all, well, the red pill believes this. I was like, that's not a belief, man. But like, if you're not trained, if you're a white belt in red pill and red pill, knowledge, praxeology, if you're a white belt and you got a guy there who you allow to define the conversation in terms of like belief or philosophy, you've already lost the debate before you've even started the debate, because now he's saying, okay, here's how we're going to do things. You can't possibly prepare for something like that. I mean, you can, I suppose. But when you are a white belt in red pill, and then you go up against a guy like Destiny, I also, there's a lot of conciliatory, contrition. There's your vocabulary word. We're all right. We're not even 13 minutes into the show. There's your vocabulary word, contrition. There's a lot of sort of shaking of hands and smiles and everything else when what you really need to be talking about is like getting down to brass tacks, and nobody does. Oh, we're going to destroy him in a debate. Okay, well, the only way that happens is if there's clearly defined like goals or what are we looking for? Why are we even having this debate in the first place? Let me just I've got the other supers in there. Thank you very much. And by the way, I'll answer the low limit supers today up until the first hour, and then we'll go up to 20s. Okay. But I will answer these. You'll still get it on the screen if I can do it. Remember, I'm a one-man show. Yeah, James Hetfield, 20 years of marriage. Woo! Trust me, all my friends threw that one at me immediately. Hey, did you hear about James Hetfield? Yeah, I know. Rollo, off topic is Jada Pinkett's rock band, Wicked Wisdom, and Attention Vehicle for Fun. I didn't even know that she had a rock band. She has a rock band? Really? I know who else has a rock band. Tim Pool. Tim Pool's in a band. I didn't know. I don't know if you guys know that. I don't know if anybody bothers to follow him on any of their socials, but I do. And I subscribe to all of Tim's stuff. I've been a big fan of Tim for a very long time. But he's got a band. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. You know what? People gave him so much grief for that he threw out some pictures, and I know Mac McKenzie was like, oh, this is total cringe. I'm like, you realize I've been in a band for like 3 some odd years, since you guys have seen me on this show. I've been in trial of Ascension for 3 years. We are coming out with the third EP at the end of this month. And yes, we're still going to do the live stream. We're doing it on September 3rd. It will be on this channel, and it will be a live Q&A with all of me and all the guys and Livy in the band. And I expect you guys to be on your best behavior when that comes around. When I'm not talking about, don't ask me how to get back with your girlfriend during that show. Just ask me music questions. Ask us like something, anything. Just it's a non-red pill show. It'll be the Irrational Metal show. That's coming on September 3rd, which is a Saturday. I'll give you the times. Just watch this space and you'll see. But anyways, getting back to what I was saying is when I look at like Sneeko and I look at like Destiny, and I'm just like, this is like why I told Myron and Fresh way back in March of 2021 when they asked me, is the red pill going to go mainstream? And I said, I hope not. And here we are. This is why I said I hope not, because it is. And what happens is you get people who are brand ambassadors of the red pill. So when Andrew Tate goes out there and he starts talking about like how he basically repeats the same words that Kevin Samuel says, or something like a derivation, like a derivative of what Kevin Samuels was saying, or what Myron Fresh was saying, or like what I've said in the past, right? When we talk about like high value men and having access to many beautiful women, right? To having access to young fertile women. Having a harem, whether that's a hard harem or a soft harem, is kind of immaterial to what we're talking about these days. But you got like Andrew Tate is an ambassador now for the red pill, more or less. And of course, he's probably one of the most hated and most like beloved guys on the internet right now. And most of that love or that hate comes from people who are just now encountering Andrew Tate, or maybe they are just now, like for a younger generation, I look at Sneeko and I said, he's kind of trying to emulate Andrew Tate, even his vocal intonations. I kind of picked that up. Do you guys pick that up? Because I kind of picked that up when I am listening to Sneeko, and Sneeko's very much red meat. That's pretty much all it is. There's a lot of guys who are just red meat peddlers and the red pill, but you guys are brand ambassadors. So when I have to go to bat for you on Adam Sosnick's show or Jedediah Bila's show, or I've got some other upcoming ones, which I'm not going to mention just yet, but when I have to go on those shows and I have to explain and I have to sort of clarify things and just clear the air for people, the reason why I have to do that is because people look at me and they go, well, Rollo's been writing about this for 20 some odd years. He must agree with these guys. I'm like, they're mostly prescriptions, not descriptions. They don't have the depth of knowledge. They don't have the background that I do in all of this. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I mean, their heart is in the right place, Merch. Their intent, whether that be for profit or whatever, for better or worse, you guys are brand ambassadors of the red pill or the manosphere or whatever it is. And people are going to call you incels and people are going to love you too. So it just kind of depends on what the delivery is and who you are. Then there's Rollo Tomasi, who has to go on shows where people go, your philosophy is this because Andrew Tate said this. No, that's not my philosophy. There is no philosophy. It is a praxeology. And let me spend the next 7 to 15 minutes explaining to you exactly what that even is. And now I'm trying to untangle all of this stuff because we've got so many guys who are out there who want to be brand ambassadors for the red pill, including now Steven Crowder, including now, that's apparently Tim Pool, and including Sneeko, including Andrew Tate. Go throw out some more names. Tell me, because I keep seeing these guys who are quote unquote, for lack of a better term, brand ambassadors. Like they're representing the red pill in some way, shape, or form. Now, Andrew Tate, I love him to death. I think he's doing a good, he's trying anyways. Does he have an affiliate marketing thing going? Yes, he does. So does Sneeko. So does Fresh and Fit. So do I. So does everybody. Anybody in this space. We're not doing this for free. I sell books. You guys are giving me super chats. Thank you very much. I got counseling and stuff. I don't make the kind of money these guys do, but I've been doing this a whole lot longer than anybody that is a quote unquote ambassador right now. And that's not me trying to prove my bona fides. What I'm saying is that when people have a problem with Andrew Tate, they come to me to sort it out for them. And I was like, it's exhausting. It's very exhausting. So just bear that in mind, because I feel merch. I feel like I have to untangle things for people, especially when I see stuff like this. Let me put this back in for you real quick. And I want to go over this just because it sums up exactly what I'm talking about.
Men don't really need a woman. They want a woman. Women control access to.
Okay, that right there is a bastardization of what we've been saying. Women don't really need a man. They will tell you this point blank on every goddamn show, but they want a man. And usually they back that up with, oh, I need an equal partner. Oh, I'm waiting on my, the man that God ordained for me from the time I was, 12 years old. Right. You got Lolo Jones, which, by the way, if you want me to show you that video, I will. But Lolo Jones is crying a river. But that's that TikTok, or what was it, TikTok or a reel, been making the rounds. And I think even Fresh and Fit did something about it. I couldn't get to it. Thank you very much for that. Ned appreciates you. Woof, woof. Keeping Ned off of OnlyFans one super chat at a time. Oh, I was waiting for that one. But anyways, so we've got that's a bastardization of like, at least if you're gonna like paraphrase the red pill, Stephen, at least get me on your show. At least let me clarify things for you, please. Like these guys, what kills me is, goddamn well, these guys know who I am. They know, say my name. They know who I am. Chris Williamson knows who I am. Steven Crowder knows who I am. Tim Pool goddamn well knows who I am. When Fresh and Fit are on there, they don't even have to be on there. Whenever Tim starts piping up about anything that has to do with intersexual dynamics, look at the chat. I don't know if you guys follow him or anything, but if you look at his live chat, it's hard to watch because it's just whipping by, even in slow mode. And it's all Rollo this, Rollo that, get the rational mail on, blah, 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 blah. It's like, Tate, right? Okay. It's all this, it's nothing but like, hey, get Rollo on. I know Lydia, she follows me. I follow her on Twitter, right? They know damn well who I am, but I never get the call, right? But you're more than willing to jump in the red pill pool and then try to explain it to people, but you don't want the source. You don't want somebody who's on there who's actually going to take you to the woodshed. And that's the reason why I'm bringing this up, is like, that's what needs to happen. And I don't see any other way of making it happen at this point. Because when I look at like Destiny, and I look at Sneeko, and I look at the show that was going on like 3 days ago, I think it was done with the best of intentions, but no one took Destiny to the woodshed. And that's what needed to happen. And sometimes that's hard to do because people don't want that conflict. They would rather, well, he's a content creator and he's got 2 million viewers, or he's got whatever. Yeah, but they need to be taken to the woodshed. Abba and Preach needed to be taken to the woodshed. All these guys need, and especially critics, we're really kind of running into, I mentioned this on Rule Zero, and I mentioned this last time I had Ryan Stone on here. Ryan Stone, not Rhinestone. Stop it. Just stop that. That's nonsense. I hate that. Ryan Stone, is that there's kind of like 3 divisions, I think, right now of the manosphere, the red pill space, whatever the hell we're calling it. And then there's kind of like, so the first division is like sort of like the old guard, like myself, like the 3 R's of the manosphere. That was me, Rollo, Roosh, and Royce. That was way back in the day. Nobody remembers that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Like, nobody remembers when Rollo, Roosh, and Royce were like riding high in the blog days. Thank you very much for that $1.99 super sticker that turned red. I don't know how you do that. And then you've got like Rich Cooper, you've got myself, you've got Ryan Stone, you've got let's see, you've got I guess John from Modern Life Dating you could throw in there. You could throw Troy France, all the guys from Rule Zero for sure. You've got guys who are sort of like the old guard, I think, who've been doing this for a long time, like 2016. And Then you've got these guys who are sort of the brand ambassadors right now. They're the guys who and Andrew Tate, for example, they're very much pro red pill, whether they realize they are or they aren't, whether they actually, fess up to it. Yeah. Patrice O'Neill. Okay. You got me. Patrice, certainly, Tom,
Guilty, guilty.
not that guy. Yeah, this guy.
Stump that bitch.
Yeah. Tom Likas. Definitely proto red pill. If not, he was certainly a forerunner. I have attributed to Tom many times in many books. So don't come at me with Tom. But if you go and you look at the old guard, and now you've got sort of this new guard, I think, but they're pro red pill, right? They make a nice chunk of change off of promoting, more or less picking up on some of what I've written over the course of now 5 books, and certainly, at least the last 10 years, if not the last 20 years of my work. It's a derivation. It's a derivative of my stuff. Or else it's a derivative of someone else who was an old guard. I'm not just going to claim it's all me. But when you look at the new guys who are out there I can make some money off of this. This is men's issues are a big deal. The incels are a big deal. We need men to man up. We need men to be better, but we need to build better betas, right? You got everyone who wants to jump in the pool for some reason. And when we get to the Tim Pool part here in just a moment, I'll explain to you why that is, or it's not even guys like Steven Crowder or Tim Pool, or even Andrew Tate or anybody else who's out there, or Sneeko or whatever. It's not even just those guys. There's so many people, so many big, even from Bush League, podcasts to Candace Owens, right? To Ben Shapiro. To is Dave Rubin still doing his show? I haven't seen anything new from Dave in a long time, but I would also throw Dave in that. But you look at, especially there's the TradCon set, and then there's guys who just want to sort of throw their hat in the ring when it comes to intersectional dynamics, and everybody sort of wants to be, at least in some way, acknowledging of the red pill. With it drags people in. People want this content. That's one of the conversations I had with Patrick Bet David. And, when I was out there last time and I did a show with Jedediah Bila, this was in July. You guys have already seen that. And I did the show with Adam Sosnick. I've been, helping him out really for the last 7 or 8 months, something like that. And I look at this and I'm like, I'm only, I got to put that one up. That's pretty good. I'm the only dude that gets offended when people agree with him. I'm not offended. I just want accuracy. Is that too much to ask? Is it too much to ask for accuracy? Because that's very, very important, because what will happen is you'll get ruined, just like Sneeko got ruined by Destiny. Now, if I go on and I talk to Destiny, the first thing I would say is hey, what are we talking about? What exactly? Give me these points. And if we start, reframing, or start, diverting off to some other topic, or you want to reframe the argument in terms of, well, you're a good person or a bad person. Well, that's not what we're going to talk about. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why it is that, how it is that we come to these conclusions. That's the long and the short of it. And I think if there's going to be any kind of debate, I think right now, if you look at Louder with Crowder, like Steven Crowder here, he's there, but he's just like an eel in the weeds, man. It's just men control the relationships and women control the sex, right? And then he bastardizes this whole damn thing. And I'm just accuracy, please, just give me some accuracy here. So when I see this, so that's the second part. And then the third part, or the third section, let's just say, of the manosphere, is guys who are making a living off of refuting or clowning or trying to school whoever happens to be the new hotness in the red pill. So that's how you get a Hassan. That's how you get Ethan Klein in H3. That's how there's lots of them. Philion, I guess. I'm not even sure. I guess Destiny might be on that list too. But you've got guys who are the anti-red pill. They're not black pill. They're not whatever. They're just, they build a brand off of trying to clown an Andrew Tate. They don't come at me. They go after the guys who are the easy marks, the easy targets. So when, what is it? I think TikTok has been petitioned to remove Andrew Tate from its platform. The problem with that is that there are too many subcontractors for Andrew Tate. So they could remove his account, but that's not going to remove the material off of TikTok because there's so many people that are doing it. And that's by design. That's how he works the algorithm in YouTube. That's how he works the algorithm on a lot of different platforms too. But YouTube's the most obvious one. You can go start. I'm wondering, this would be a really good experiment. Go start a new YouTube like account or profile, like a brand new one, or go incognito or something. And then like go to the YouTube homepage and see what it like suggests to you. And tell me if you see like a video of one of Tate's sort of affiliate channels, because I'm pretty sure that would be it'll come up sooner or later. That comes up in your impressions. And that's how he has been successful in owning the algorithm. And there's no getting around that. You don't go, well, he's got some good things to say and he makes a lot of money. Okay, but you're right. But like the way he gets the only reason you know his name is because you can't get away from the guy because he gamed the algorithm. You know, props to him. He hustle. Respect the hustle. But so when I see stuff like this, I'm really asking for is just a little bit of accuracy.
Sex. Men control access to relationships. And then the question for a woman is, what would a woman need to do back then, without the modern conveniences and court system, what would a woman need to do to keep a man? This is the dance. This is the relationship dance.
So again, conversation. What have we talked about on this show forever? What have I put in my books really since 2013? More or less, it's been this kind of stuff. There is the pre-sexual revolution world and there's the post-sexual revolution world. What were things like back in the days of the early pioneer Oregon Trail? What was it like what were women like on the Oregon Trail? Coming across them, go west, young man. What were they like back then? Well, he's not incorrect, but again, Steve, we're not going back to that.
How does a woman keep a man?
She bangs.
You can go from teepee to teepee like Little Bear. Love, kindness, warmth, loyalty. It's an emotional currency. Men, you can comment below, that we value. You know what a woman never did? If she knew that her husband could leave for the winter and maybe not come back?
Bang him from here to glory before he left, before he walked out that door. That's what she pretty much did.
And she couldn't sue him, take all his stuff? She didn't yell. She wouldn't nag. She wouldn't manipulate. For that.
When are we talking about? Women have been nags for forever. Go look in Proverbs in the Bible, and it'll talk about what is it like a nagging woman is like a constant drip from the ceiling. Come on, man! I get it. I understand I get the intent where he wants to go with something like this, but it's not just that, man. What we really need to point out is the fact that like women had a dependency upon men. That's why it was a different time. It wasn't because of no fault divorce. It wasn't because of the sexual revolution. It was because there was a acknowledged dependency on men as providers, protectors, and being parentally invested in their own kids. So yeah, the other thing that was going on back then is we didn't have porn. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have hustler magazines. We didn't have anything like that. That came after the sexual revolution, or it came into its own, I should say, in the sexual revolution. And I'm going to get to Louise Perry today, guys. Thank you very much. You don't have to ask me again. But that's really where it's at. Now, again, Steve, I'll be happy to come on your show. I really will be happy to come on your show. I'll be happy to eat. Hell, I don't even have to be there. You don't have to fly me to flude me out. I'll do it remote if that's what you'd like to do. Tim, I will be happy. Once again, I will be happy to come on your show and discuss these things with you. But I'm still waiting on you guys. I'm still waiting on Chris Williamson. I'm still waiting on all these other dudes. Actually, I'm not waiting on any of them right now, but you get the point. People, when are you going to go on Rogan? Probably never. Probably never. I mean, I would love to get that call someday. It would be very flattering, but probably never. I don't think I am, let's see, glad handing enough. I don't think, as Chris Williams would say, he seems gleeful. It's anger. It's not anger. It's information, my friend.
same reason the man who provides nothing, who fights for nothing, would never find himself a mate. Men don't.
All right. Yes. Thank you very much. You proved your point here. Times are different, right? They're much, much different. But we want guys to go back to that old ideal. We want to go back to the future. And yes, this is a new guitar. I'll tell you about it later. We want to go back to the future. We want to go back to the past. Samurai Jack. We want to go back to the past. We want men to be, well, wasn't it great when men were men and women knew that men were men and they're supposed to be men? Yeah, but we ain't going back there. Like the whole thing that we're gonna get into here with the Tim Pool interview, or not interview, with his shtick, is in fact, let me just preface this. Tim Pool, the video I'm going to show you guys today is him commenting on this new article, which has got a lot of traffic. And again, another article that I've been DM'd quite a bit. I kind of don't put too much validity in Psychology Today. That's a website that everybody go, oh, here's an article from a psychologist who's writing about, certain things or whatever it is. And usually it's like, it relates to like a more humanist kind of psychology. By the way, there's different fields and different branches of psychology. I happen to be versed in behaviorism, right? I very much love evolutionary psychology, and I will always refer to like guys like Dr. Godsod and Rob Henderson and Steve Stewart Williams and David Buss, and you guys know the list of guys go on and on. But my background is in behaviorism. So when I look at like nuts and bolts behaviorism versus like what I see on Psychology Today, and I read the stuff that's on there, it's usually very femme-centric, gynocentric. And even when guys are the ones that are writing those articles, it's written from the perspective that it's only going to get published. It's only going to see the light of day on that site if it's in some way flattering to the female nature. So even when we have to be critical of women, at the end of it, we have to sort of march it back and just sort of take it with a little spoonful of sugar so that we say, okay, well, I'm actually a feminist. Don't worry. Don't worry. I know this sounds horrible, but I'm actually a feminist. That's one of the big problems I had with Marty Hazelton, who I quote constantly, another evolutionary psychologist, is that in her book Hormonal, which more or less backs up everything I've been talking about for almost 20 years now. I've been using her data and her research for a long time. But in her book, you have to get past her trying to get her feminist street cred. And then you get to the meat, right? Then you go, okay, well, let me go and look at the stats here. That's great. But you have to sort of wade through this. Well, I know this is going to sound bad, but I'm really a feminist. I'm really have the best interests of women in mind. Therefore, with that said, let's move on to ovulatory shift. Let's move on to the stinky t-shirt. Let's move on to what's he talking about? To sexual ornamentation, right? Let's move on to these principles, right? But it's always has to have that caveat or that like sort of like pat. It has to be nerfed a little bit before she like gives you like the kill shot there. So why do you think so? Why? Rollo should drop the praxeology, prescriptive, descriptive talking points. I'm a lawyer and those words communicate nothing. No one understands them. You're not communicating anything. Right. I know. Trust me. I know. That's why I keep doing it. What do you want me to do? What would you like me to do? What would you have Rollo Tomasi do? Hey, let's do nothing but red meat stuff. Let's do nothing but say, hey, bitches ain't nothing but tricks and hoes. Women, am I right? Would I communicate? Yeah, I would very much communicate that way. So the only other way to go about that is, so what do you want me to do? Be subjective, be relative, be less objective in my assessments but in favor of being more communicative, stick it in your brain and keep it there. I could do that. Hell, man, guys have been making successful careers off of that. Sneeko is where he's at right now because of that. Red meat sells, trust me. Go and cater to the incel market that's out there right now. I could very easily do that. I love it when people like throw shit at me and they say like, oh, Rollo, he's just trying to sell books and programs and stuff to these insecure, vulnerable men who are incels and everything. It's like, no, dude, that's not what I'm doing at all. In fact, it would be very easy for me to do that. I choose the hard path. I choose the direction of work, trying to make this work. And that's the problem that I have. Every time I try to explain, well, praxeology, that's a mouthful. How many syllables is that? What is that? I have just like God Sod will say, I have an obligation to objective truth. So what would you like me to say? My ideology is this, right? Fuck this guy. Get this guy out of here. If I go on, one of the reasons I've said that the red pill needs to be fundamentally amoral, a-religious, apolitical, a-ethnic, a-racial. It has to be neutral amongst all of that. Because the minute that it gets tagged, and we saw this happen, the minute it gets associated and tagged to a political ideology or any ideology, that's when people dismiss it out of hand. Oh, that's just those alt-right guys. We've seen this happen. It comes through in cycles all the time. Oh, the red pill is really about radicalizing the youth of America. And remember Donald Trump, and remember the alt-right, and remember red pill. Candace Owens, her Twitter handle was Red Pill Black back in 2015. Nobody remembers that. I do. If I ever went on Candace Owens' show, that's the first thing out of my mouth, Candace. Be ready for that. But how are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? How do you make it? How do you make the red pill palatable for, I don't know, the 8th grade reader? You know, for you know, ain't nobody got time for that. How do I make it palatable for ain't nobody got time for that? So my whole thing is just pretty much, you know, I have to do what I have to do. And does that mean I'm going to get invited onto Flagrant 2? No. Does that mean I'm going to get invited on Temple? Probably not. Does that mean I'm going to get invited to, you know, some variety show? By the way, in case you're wondering, I am getting invited. I have been invited to talk on the Bubba the Love Sponge show on Wednesday morning. It will be 9 a.m. Eastern time. If you happen to be in the Tampa area, like I guess the Gulf side of Florida, he's actually a pretty popular talk. Is he syndicated? I think he is. I remember him from way back in the mid 2000s, but they invited me to come and talk. So I will get invited on Bubba the Love Sponge, but I can't get anywhere with Joe Rogan. I don't know why. So I've got to do this myself. This is a do-it-yourself. I've got to build it myself, man. I don't get to go on people's show because I'll, you know, run them over the coals. Oh, we don't want Rollo on here because we'll lose half of our audience, 50% being women, right? No, we can't have him on here. Even though I would probably be much more measured than, say, someone like Andrew Tate. Anyways, but getting back to Tar, I would very much, you know, what's funny? I'll tell you something about Tucker Carlson. What is this? Why don't you? Okay, well, I've tried. I've done my best, right? I have reached out to Tim. Through Lydia, anyways. I have reached out to other people in the past, and I'm like, you know what? I got to do this myself. I just have to do this show. I got to build something else. That's why me and Miguel are putting together a studio in Vegas right now. If I want to get past this plateau, I've got to do it myself. That's the only way to do it, because nobody else wants to hear this shit. Nobody else wants to hear about what a praxeology is, right? So got to build it. And you guys are all along for the ride. And thank you guys for watching this. Yeah, the Love Sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba. B-U-B-B-A. The Love Sponge. You go look it up. Go Google that right now, please. So, when I am, I'm not saying I'm blacklisted. I'm really not blacklisted. It's just that people, they know who I am. They know my name. But, you know, where do I go from here after this? What do I do? You know,
say my name.
Hell, even Michaela Peterson still loves me to death. She can't keep my name out of her mouth. From behind a ban, sniping at me from behind a ban. She blocked me like way back in like January, but she just cannot get enough of Rollo to my, this guy. She can't get enough. So, and a lot of these guys do. Nobody wants to say my name. Hafiz don't even want to utter my name. Trust me, I saw that thing. I saw when Hafiz was on with Adam Sosnick got interviewed by Hafiz. He brought my name up, and Hafiz don't even want to utter my name. Oh, did you check the stats? Yeah, they're from Morgan Stanley. Here they are. There you go. Let's see who else. Chris Williamson. Yeah, he said my name before, I guess. But like, there's a lot of people who like will refer to me sort of in the third person, but they just, you know, they just don't
say my name.
They just don't want to do it. I know it is very annoying, but you know what? I know a lot of people already know this. They get it, but it's not anything new. So when Crowder, if you want a real show, have me on your show. Tim, if you want a real friggin' show, have me on your show. I had Adam Sosnick hit me up recently. He says, hey, if we could make it happen, would you like to have would you like to do a debate between yourself and Michaela Peterson? I go, that's not going to happen because she's simply not going to do it. But if it were to happen, it's like, here, fly me out there, put me up for 3 nights, pay me $5,000 for this, because that's what it's going to take for me to go and do something like that. Seriously. And that's where I'm at right now. I would do it in a heartbeat. I would love to do it. But I told him, I said, know this. The first thing out of my mouth is, Michaela, you're a bad mother. Simple as that. And I will hammer that home. And she knows that. That's why that will never happen. So, but this will happen. I want to get into this today. Now, what I'm about to talk about here with respect to Tim Pool. Tim is reading this article. I was going to give you the article. I could have done it myself, but he's actually reading it anyway. So I might as well let him go. And I'm going to riff on this a little bit. I'm going to tell you where I think he's at. But what gets me is a guy with the market pull of Tim Pool, who, by the way, regularly plays to anywhere between 35 to 45,000 live views on Timcast all the time when he does his live streams for like 2 hours, 3 hours. He's got more market share than CNN. He's got more eyes on the screen. He's a big deal. He's not a Bush League podcast. Trust me. I've been watching Tim Pool since he was doing the man on the streets videography, I guess, of like the Berkeley riots when like Milo Yiannopoulos and Ann Coulter were going to go to Berkeley to give a talk, and they're like, the kids riot and they turn over trash cans and lose their minds because they don't want Milo to come and say anything that they would disagree with or make them uncomfortable with. But he was out there for I remember seeing him with a GoPro, strapped to his forehead. That's how long I've been watching Tim Pool. So I knew Tim Pool before he was Tim Pool, but when I see what he's done, and to his credit, he's definitely built his own brand. He's got he's a media giant, at least in engagement media. Are there people that are bigger than him? Yes, of course, but not like to the extent or not to the I guess the caliber or whatever. I don't even know how to qualify this, but like he's been a permanent installment. I think once Rogan left YouTube, Tim kind of stepped into the vacuum there. So anyways, I'm gonna put this up here. He's talking about the Psychology Today article that is more or less trying to convince men that they need to do better. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying this. I was going to give you this video, but I think it'll slow the show down. So I'm just going to describe it to you. When I was on with Ruslan on Adam Sosnick's show, I made this point, and I've been making this point in various other shows as well, is that whenever you see these articles about how the state of women, women can't find a guy who's economically attractive. Well, we can't find guys who are on point, who are the best versions of themselves, who are going to college and they're getting a job and they're getting a career and they're ready for marriage and they're ready to be a father. And we will forgive women for living at home. We will forgive women for not having a husband. We'll forgive women for not preparing themselves for a future family. So when a woman gets to be 29, 30, 31, epiphany phase, when she gets to that point and she's sort of, she's got her career sort of, she's working in HR or whatever. She's got something going for her. She went to college. She's educated, but she's not really marriage material just yet, or she's like focusing on her career and she's not married. Average age of first marriage for women is like 28, 29 right now. But we don't hold women to the standard that we do for men at that point. We say, well, men aren't living up. It's a constant thing. You've probably heard me I said this directly to Ruslan. Got guys that want to sort of tell guys to man up, but yet for generations we've been telling men to man down. So now you got use for me. Now you want us to be available to you. It's like I always said, it's like betas in waiting, right? It's like Ross and Rachel. Well, if we're not married by the time we're 30, wait for me. And if we're not married, if we don't have anybody, if we're not in a relationship by the time we're 30, then we'll get married. Then I'll be ready for you. Then I'll be ready to go off into, once I'm done with my hoe phase, or once you're done with, building yourself into, a better man, once you're more acceptable, once you become an eligible bachelor at 30, then maybe I'll consider it. Then maybe I'll finally be in the right place in my journey of self-discovery. Bullshit. But that we laugh at that and we think that's the way things ought to be. But when a woman gets to that point and she's single, that means one thing. When a guy gets to that point, we say he's a kidult. Yeah, that's a term. Kidult, a kid adult. Peter Pan boy. You probably heard like Jordan Peterson's talked about this all the time. These are guys who want to prolong their adolescence. Why don't we say the same thing about women? I'm looking at Lolo Jones just crying a river on TikTok. Oh, I gotta go and freeze my eggs. I'm almost 30. I'm 39. I'm almost 40. I haven't found a guy. I've never had sex because I'm a virgin, and that's what I built my brand on. And now I gotta freeze my eggs because I want to be able to have babies, but they're drying up. You know, or what does that mean? Empty egg carton. And by the way, I called that way back in 2012, man. I've got an essay on in fact, I'll put it up here for you. It's called The Adolescent Social Skills Set. And I use Lolo Jones as the header picture on that. And here's Lolo. She's like, 12 years ago, like maybe even 15 years ago. And she's like, doing one of these, Lolo. Everybody loved her. Shit, don't worry, she'll find her man. People were comparing her to Tim, what's the other guy? God damn it, Tim, what's his face? Football player. Christian football player guy. Tim Tebow, right? Because he was supposed to be a virgin too. So it was like Virgin Tim Tebow and Virgin Lolo Jones. Now, Tim Tebow's gone to do whatever Tim Tebow has done, but Lolo Jones still crying about not having a man. And I mentioned this way back then. I said it's because she's still stuck in an adolescent social skill set. That's why. I mean, I can get into more detail about that later on, but that's essentially why she's crying a river on TikTok right now. By the way, with piano music going, dun, 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 dun. I gotta freeze my eggs. The Lord hasn't sent me a man yet. Double Mountain Coffee. So predicted that one, got that one right. I hate being right all the time. I really do. I really hate being right about all the time. Oh, and then yes, by the way, what's her face? Courtney something or other, the little white girl that killed the black dude with one stab of a knife in Miami. I'll be getting to that later. I kind of want to wait till I've got more material with that, but apparently she has now been charged with second-degree murder. They are extraditing her from Hawaii, where she was in some rehab clinic, and she will probably go down for second-degree murder at some point. But that's going to be a really interesting. That's a future show, so don't expect me to jump on it immediately. I might try to get Andrew Esquire from Legal Mindset, and we'll have another discussion about that at some point. But I am aware of that. Stop sending me stuff. So, anyways, this is Tim Pool. Let's talk. Let's do it.
The rise of lonely single men, dating apps, and a drastically changing relationship landscape. I saw this story because it's gone viral among feminists. They're laughing. Haha, these men need to address skills deficits to meet healthier relationship expectations. That's right, men aren't good enough for women. Okay, well, the reality is men will never be good enough for women because...
Tim, right from the beginning, like... Be careful of your delivery here. That's a little fey, just saying.
Because relationships are a competitive market. So there is always going to be a quest for someone better, and there always is someone better to the average person. The dating system in this country, relationships, all that, it's imploding. 62% of dating app users are men. Where are the women? Why are men lonely and single? What are women doing? You see, what's happened is... How do you explain this, right? Isn't it? It's like 50-50 men and women, right? It's like, well, 51% women. So shouldn't there be something even? No. When you have a promiscuous society and open dating systems and no-fault divorce, very few men will end up dating and banging all of the women. Even the ugly ones. And I don't mean to be mean by saying ugly, but I mean literally like women who are on the lower end of attractiveness scale. It's going to be the most attractive and successful men who are getting all of the women, which creates a large swath of men who are lonely and single.
Tim, say pussy. It's okay. They're getting all the pussy.
And I don't know exactly what will happen, but we have seen the rise of incels in the news.
Rise.
So,
all right. That's where we're stopping right there. Okay, here's your first point of orders, Tim. That rise has been going on since 2010. That rise has been going on since Hannah Rosen wrote her article, The End of Men in the Atlantic. I know how I know, because I was there writing about it back then. That's how old I am. That's that, you know, I'm 3,000 years old, Gandalf. That's me. Hold on, I got to put this one on there. Here.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
I was there 3,000 years ago when Hannah Rosen predicted the end of men. Oh, lo and behold, here we are. But you don't even have to go all the way back to 2010. You can go to about 2015-ish when Milo Yiannopoulos was writing for Breitbart. And he wrote about the dropout generation, which later became the Lost Boys generation for Jordan Peterson. He ripped that one off from Milo, just maybe renamed it anyways. But Breitbart had already picked up on this a long time before. So we're looking at a generational rise in single lonely men, whatever you want, however you want to carve that one up. But this is not like something that just jumped up on us all of a sudden, okay? It's something that's been in the works for a very long time. So, and I would have said, if I was just going to look at this Psychology Today article and just like sort of bit by bit, sort of dismantle it, the first place I would start is this is not a rise. This is the new plateau. Really, it's not just like, oh, here, wow, how did all this happen? I can find you article after article probably all the way back to 2007. When we're looking at the decline in enrollment for college for men versus women, we can look and see this. I would say arguably you could probably see there's probably some demographic studies where you can see this happening. So it didn't just jump up and bite us on the ass. Okay. This has been going on for a very long time. So we got to clarify terms here. This is not some like new trauma or crisis. This is something that's been going on for a long time. And some of us have been talking about this for a very fucking long time too.
This is probably a component. I'm not here to blame women or men. I'm here to talk about the circumstances that are creating this situation. And I do want to point to the feminists and give them a bit of a critique in a different regard. You've got a story from The Week. Are Republicans coming for no-fault divorce? It was once very difficult for Americans to get divorced. Could it be soon again? Why get married at all if you want to easily get divorced? That's called dating, not marriage. You see, this is what happens. Marriage is done. It's been eroded. Now there's no real incentive for young men to get married. What's the point?
Aaron Clary, call me up real quick. We need to talk. We need to talk about what? The post-marriage society, the post-marriage world. Where have I heard all this before? Okay. Yes, we are in a post-marriage society right now. I had an entire video dedicated. Apparently, that's what we're supposed to talk about on the Adams show when Ruslan came in. Oh, we need to promote marriage more. That was his whole shtick, his whole point at that time. Men live healthier lives when they're married. No, actually, they don't. I've got an article that will show you that I shouldn't say they're not healthier, but they're not less healthy either. So just throwing that one out there. However, we can find stats for anything today. I can find stats that say that the earth is flat, right? Or that we never landed on the moon. I mean, there's all kinds of shit out there. However, when we come back to this kind of stuff, it's like, if you're going to mouth these words, if you're going to dip your foot into the manosphere, at least have your understand what it is that you're talking about. At least understand it's not necessarily a rise. And then we're talking about no fault divorce. And the reason why, by the way, just as a side note here, the reason why they're right, feminists are journalists, feminist, like the Jezebel or even the Atlantic. The reason you're seeing all these articles right now is because we're on our buildup to the November elections here. That's why abortion is an issue right now. That's why absolving student debt for women is an issue right now. Who goes to school more? Women do. Right? Who completes school more? Women do. I love what kills me, and I need to clarify this here too, because I think he's going to talk about this later. Is when we talk about like college enrollment, when we talk about like, oh, there's more women in school than there are men, right? That's only one data point, by the way. It's not about enrollment. It's about who's getting degrees, who's actually going through the goddamn 4 years, 8 years, whatever it is that they're doing. And women, way more than men, complete their degrees. Men have a higher dropout rate of college than women do. So it's not necessarily like who's getting enrolled. Like you can say, oh, well, the enrollment is 40, 60, 40. Okay. But when you go to graduation, especially for higher end things like a master's degree or a doctorate, women far outstrip. The news is way worse. So what they're trying to, when you see like those stats presented by somebody who's ostensibly a feminist writer, they come in and they say, well, you know, the 60-40 enrollment. Yeah. You know what? You be more thorough. I want accuracy. Who's graduating? I don't care who's signing up and putting their name on it, enrolling in college. That's one thing. Did they go through? Did they spend all that college money? Did they get their Pell Grant? Did they use all that government money that men can't get unless they sign up for selective services? Did women use that? Why is it that men don't want to do this? That's what is not being discussed. You can quote stats all day long, but you got to know, why are those stats the ones that are being, and why aren't there like correlates to that? Why are we only discussing one stat at a time? You have to take those in tandem.
Why? Just to give away your stuff and to lose in court and lose your kids and all that? No. You see, marriage was a commitment to each other. Now, when you look at the comments from the feminist websites, I believe we have Jezebel. You have one woman saying, the problem with dating men is that I can't get a guarantee. If I say in 5 years, I want to make $1 million, I know what my goal is. But with a man, he could leave you at any time. That was the purpose of marriage. Two individuals with free will need to make a commitment to each other to accomplish a goal that both are seeking. And if things aren't working out, counseling, not divorce. But divorce could happen in some circumstances.
Okay, so I got this one now. Tim, you're half there. You're halfway there. One of the things you have to watch out, and hopefully you're watching this, Tim. You want to do a show with me? I'm going to do a show with you. If the mountain will not come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain. So here's me coming to you, okay? First and foremost, the idea that the reason why men are not getting married because they're worried about losing half their stuff. The problem is all the guys who are like anti-marriage, they don't have any stuff to have in the first place, okay? 80% of guys are out of the sexual marketplace without even realizing that they're out of the sexual marketplace. That's number one. So when I got this from Ruslan, I usually get this from more moralistic kind of critics, like Tradcons for sure. Jedediah said the same thing. Like, shouldn't we be encouraging men to get married? And the idea that they're going to lose half their stuff, that's kind of like a non-starter of an argument. And I think what they think is that the reason why guys don't want to get married, or they're like opting out of having a commitment, or they don't want to grow up, they want to be kidults, right? The whole thing about like hoping that a guy is going to be 30 years old or maybe 33, somewhere around there, and be made and have put in the time and the work, men must become, have made something of himself, built himself up to be a winner, right? To be Rich Cooper always says, women don't care about a man's struggles. They wait at the finish line and they bang the winners, right? Well, the problem is that women can't, there's only so many winners, and there's only one finish line, and there's a lot of girls that are lined up there. And for the most part, women aren't going to get that winner. So what they have to do is they have to bet on a guy with potential. And most of these guys right now don't look like they have much potential. And so to say that, well, guys are opting out of the marriage market because they don't want to lose half their stuff, I'm not saying it doesn't play a part, or it's not like necessarily a factor in that decision-making process. It's just that most of these guys don't think that they are even in a woman's league. You want to talk about incels. You want to talk about like guys who are like the Lost Boys generation, or the dropout generation, or the end of men. I mean, we can go, rewind the time all the way back to 2010. The reason why these guys are opting out is not necessarily about a fear of losing half their shit, which, part of it is, it's because it's a raw deal, period. You can lose half, you could lose your kids. Your kids are never yours. I've heard it put this way. Actually, Tim, if you're watching, think of it in these terms. Getting married is like building a house on land you will never own. Somebody gave that to me one time. That is the best description I can say about like modern marriage right now. They say, well, Rollo, aren't you one of those guys? Yes, I am. I'm not for better or worse. Now, I make it work out because I have a wonderful wife. I was married in a different time, whatever you want to say. Oh, you're a special case. You're an outlier. No, I'm actually not an outlier. I'm not an outlier when it comes to the fact that my wife could at any time decide to pick up and say, you know what? Fuck it, I'm out. I'm taking half your shit and whatever. It's not that every woman will. It's that any woman can. That's why guys don't want to get married. That's why. It's not even so much, well, I got all this stuff. I want a prenup. Prenups are bullshit, first and foremost. Especially for guys who don't have anything to begin with. Not, well, did you get a prenup? I know you're getting divorced now. No, because when I met her, all I had was like a Ford Focus and, nothing to my name. And so I didn't really think about it. Now I'm worth millions, so I guess I'm screwed. I would have done it. I should have done it. No. You didn't think about it because you didn't think you were ever going to need a prenup. And prenups are more or less nonsense because rather than me explain this to you, the best way to go and understand why I always say this is that, prenups, don't put your faith in prenuptial agreements. Simply because legalistically wise, there's ways around them. You can't put like child support and future children into a prenuptial agreement. Just saying, unless you have a lot of money. So like the average prenup is not going to save you from much. And then of course there's it's pretentious. It's like, what, you don't trust me? Any woman can, but not every woman can, but not every woman will. It's building a house. I should say this. It's building equity into something that can be it's a rug pull, can be pulled out from under you at any time. You can say, hey, half my stuff. Yeah, that could happen for sure. But there's more that goes along with that. There's the downstream effects of that. If you've read my fourth book, which is The Rational Male Religion, there's a very thick chapter in there called Marriage. And I delve into all of these topics. By the way, the prenuptial agreement, if you want to know more about why I'm kind of like down on prenups, there's a really great documentary and it's called Divorce Incorporated, Divorce Inc. And I think it came out like right around 2012, 2014. It was produced by Dr. Drew Pinsky. And it was this documentary of like how people go through the marriage machine, right? How they get married, buy the expensive ring from Zales, go through the process. And then after 20 years, whatever it is, they go through those statistics and then they go through the divorce machine. And some people will they were married for like 2 years and it took them 7 years to get divorced. It takes longer to get divorced. But it goes through the process of it. And during that documentary, they talk about prenups. That's why I don't have the time to really like sort of explain it bit by bit, but if you want to understand, go look. I think you can get it off of YouTube. Pretty sure you can download it somewhere, but it's called Divorce Inc. or Divorce Incorporated. Really eye-opening video on marriage and divorce industries.
So this is my point. Let's read about the rise of lonely single men, what that means and why it's happening. And then I want to point out, when you start breaking down the systems of relationships in this country, everyone ends up unhappy. Psychology Today reports younger and middle-aged men are the loneliest they've been in generations, and it's probably going to get worse. This is not my typical rosy view of relationships, but a reality nonetheless. Over the last 30 years, men have become a larger portion of that growing group of long-term single people. And while you don't actually need to be in a relationship to be happy, men typically are happier and healthier when partnered. Here are 3 broad trends in the relationship landscape that suggest heterosexual men are in for a rough road ahead. Dating apps.
Okay, before we get into that, I do need to bring this up very quickly. Actually, I'm gonna let him continue, and then I have to bring up this article or this subject as far as like men are happier in marriage, or rather, it's kind of a draw. It's kind of like a tie. Let's just say. I'll let him continue here, and I'll go grab that article.
Whether you're just starting to date or you're recently divorced and dating again, dating apps are a huge driver of new romantic connections in the U.S. The only problem is that upwards of 62% of users are men, and many women are overwhelmed with how many options they have. Competition in online dating is fierce, and lucky in-person chance encounters with dreamy partners are rarer than ever. Let's stop there and address that issue. How does that make sense? 62% of dating app users are men? So wouldn't that imply that there are a bunch of single women that just don't use the apps? No. What's happening is the top 20% of men are dating all of the women. Okay, not all, but most. So with women becoming more promiscuous, and again, not a judgment statement, feminists. I'm saying quite literally, women are more freer and there's lower standards that they used to be very puritanical. And now women can bang whoever they want. Okay. Well, you see, Women used to want commitments from men before giving it up because of the risks involved in pregnancy. Now, they're willing to just give it up. On Tinder, for instance, you see all these messages where it's like men and women just being like, smash, smash. Okay, well, if that's the case, women are only going to go for the most attractive men. They have to have skills, resources, and good looks, which is the higher end of the bell curve. For men, they're just like, I'll take what I can get, because men aren't driven by wealth and status the same way women tend to be, or at least.
All right, let's halt right there. I've got this one up here. I've got to show you this. So this is I remembered, like, one of the things that like Ruslan was trying to hit me on the Adam Sosnick show was like, oh, well, men are better off in marriage than they are out. I'm like, no, they're not. You can talk about like, oh, they make more money. Yeah, because they have to make more money. We've been talking about this since like, I mean, hell, Turd Flinging Monkey's been talking about that since like the PragerU days. This has been, by the way, that's been an argument for like tradcons for a very long time. Well, men want to get married because they're better off. What is it? Mark Driscoll, men are like big semi trucks and they drive straighter when they have a full load behind them. It's like, dude, really? The reason why guys aren't getting married is because they see it as a raw deal on a lot of different ways. I mentioned this in the, like I said, my fourth book in religion in the marriage section, where I get into and I say marriage today is a unconscionable contract. It's not that guys don't want to get married. I want everybody to have a really good, successful, happy, loving, idealistic marriage, just like mine. That's why I don't say that. That's why I don't put that forth when people say, well, shouldn't we be aiming guys towards marriage because guys will be healthier if they do? Well, first of all, that's bullshit. Second of all, it's like it's by context. It's by like the person. It's by the belief set. It's by your values. It's by whatever. You can add all that stuff in there that you want to. But one thing you cannot add in there is like, well, you're going to be healthier, happier, and make more money. Yeah, probably, because you have to make more money to support that. If you're not, you're economically inviable, and suddenly, you're going to lose half your stuff. Or the number one precipitator of divorce is a woman getting a promotion, and making more money. And now suddenly the equal partnership isn't so freaking equal anymore. And she's making more money. And she's like, why am I taking care of this motherfucker? Why is he's just another mouth to feed? He becomes a child at that point. He becomes a dependent child, or a dependent, that she has to, even if he's making a good chunk of change, if she's making more than he is, that's lizard brain. That's hind brain that thinks that. That's why those promotions and that boost in status and that boost in money precipitates divorce, because we think of marriage now in terms of an equal partnership, or like, egalitarian marriages are, that's the ideal. Everybody makes choices. Well, if that woman is making more money, she's like, why am I allowing this guy to drive the bus when I make more money than him? And what that also does is it says, well, if that guy is not making as much money and suddenly he wants to like move to a different state, or he says, you know what, I'm the head of the household and we're going to go here because I can make more money doing that, she's not going to leave that high paying job. Or usually, unless she's a very extraordinary woman who has some sort of like, who will, submit or defer to a man's authority, possibly. But usually it precipitates divorce. Statistically, it precipitates divorce. It's like, what is it? White collar divorce. And, even if women get to the point where they want to marry a guy who's blue collar, right? A guy who's like in the service industry, he's an electrician, he's a plumber, whatever. Even if a woman were to be at that point where she's like, okay, I know he's just a plumber. I know he's this, by the way, nothing against plumbers. I know they make a shit ton of money, but like it's a perception. It's not sexy, right? He's not a businessman. He's not like in Wall Street, like telling people what to do. And so she's got to sort of mull that over as well. So what you're looking at is you're looking at this idea that social aspects, social conditions should be what informs a woman's rational decision to like allow him to lead, right? But that's not how it works out. And that's why it precipitates divorce. Now, here's the other thing. One of the things that I'm sick and goddamn tired of is listening to this shit about like, oh, men are better off when they're married, right? Well, in some cases they might be, in some cases they might not be. But when we look at it statistically across the board, it's kind of a wash. And I'll tell you why. Because when you look at, let's see, I've got this, where'd that go? I'm going to share a screen with you just quickly here. Where'd it go? There. Stay with me here. Stay with me. This is from Medium. Actually, this is like last year. You guys can see that? Maybe you can. Let me blow it up a little bit for you. American marriage's happiness and health decline over time. Okay. So let's see. In one of the longest running studies of the link between marrying and happiness ongoing for more than 20 years, this is in Germany, German adults were asked repeatedly year after year how happy they were. Now, any article, any study that is based and premised upon a continued, sustainable, maintainable state of contentment and happiness is always suspect. So I'm going to throw that out there. That's actually me having a caveat against this on my own point here. Okay. That way researchers can see if people get any happier when they are married and than when they were single. Okay. So essentially what this comes down to, once you get past the honeymoon effect, let's see where to go. Longitudinal studies in which the data were analyzed in the appropriate way. All people who ever married since the course of the study were compared to those who stayed single. It is not a new study. It was published in the Journal of Marriage and Family in 2012. That's why this is from an older study. And this is the update of it. Okay. Let's see where to go. Let's see. I'll describe. I'm just going to get down to the money shot here real quick. Yeah, I'll put this in the description so you can see what I'm talking about. In American studies, there's an American study. Some of the dogs just did not bark. Okay. People who became partnered did not report any better health than those who stayed single. Those who were partnered recently had not become any healthier, and those who had been partnered for a long time had not become any healthier either. Okay. So it's kind of a wash. More recent studies show that people who marry report that their health is slightly worse than when they were single. Those who had gotten partnered within the past 3 years reported higher self-esteem than those who stayed single. For those who had gotten partnered more than 3 years ago, though, their self-esteem was no different from those who stayed single. So there might be sort of like the honeymoon effect is what they're saying. It's like after 3 years, you're kind of like, oh, okay. I love being married, blah, blah, blah. I'm 3 years in. And then later on, it's kind of like, it's a wash. I'm not saying it's bad or it's bad or it's good. Although there's one that says they're slightly unhealthy. The select group of people who got partnered. Okay. I got to that. Now at last, the results I've been waiting for all these years. If you include all the analysis of all the people who ever got partnered, how do they compare to those who stayed single? Again, the newness of the union matters. Those who had gotten partnered recently did report better outcomes on all of the measures of psychological well-being. But for those who had gotten partnered between 4 and 6 years ago, there was no difference whatsoever between them and the people who had stayed single. Got it? The bottom line is dramatically different from the mythology about transformative effects of getting married. If you include everyone who got married or started cohabiting over they're not even married, you're just cohabiting over the course of the 6-year study, and not just those couples who stayed together, then those who got partnered between 4 and 6 years ago differed not at all from those who stayed single. They were not happier. They were not any less depressed. They were not any healthier, and they had no higher self-esteem. Okay. That's from American Marriages. What is this from? This is from, I forget where this is from. Oh, it's from medium.com. And this is a September 8th, 2021. So it's a fairly recent study. And there you have it. Okay. So now that we've sort of dispelled that myth, somewhat, you can probably find something that says, oh, well, women are better off when they don't have kids, right? You can prove anything. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily a good thing. Is it a causation? Is it a correlation? And that's the whole thing when it comes down to like when I have to answer these questions about like, hey, Rollo, shouldn't we be encouraging guys to get married because they'll stay healthier and live longer lives? Well, not according to that study, not according to what they were talking about here, and not necessarily. I want people to have good lives. I hope you live a good long life. I hope you have a good marriage. I hope you find a woman who's like, loving, loyal, nurturing, screws you like a porn star and really wants to go off into perpetuity and has, respect for you and loves you till the day you die. I hope that. I want that to happen for you, but I can't prove that with the statistics like that. So it's not necessarily like guys want to say they want to find something that's going to prove what their ego investment is in their moralism. Okay, I understand the desire for that. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying the stats that you're looking at don't really correlate or don't push that. You can come up with something else, sure, But all I can say is like the reason why, but I have to look at what is and not what should be. Should you live a good long life and have a great wife? Yeah, absolutely. Are you going to follow in my footsteps to do that? Probably not, because I'm me and you're you. I don't know what's going to happen. There's probably going to be some new technology that's going to, change things up for you. Maybe it changes the sexual marketplace. The point being is that people say, well, why you're down on marriage? You're married too. Yeah, I am. 26 years now. I love it. It was a great lifestyle choice for me. It still is. And I love my wife dearly. And I am still very much glad that I made the decision that I did. However, I can't prove that I live a healthier life because I am married, as opposed to like me being single to my age right now. I can't prove that. Maybe I could, like through an anecdotal, like relating it to you. But statistically speaking, it's a wash. So what else you got?
Historically have tended to be. Thus, there is a small pool of men who are going to go around and just without consequence or commitment, bang any woman.
Okay. All right. Getting back to this. I talked about this last week or the week before. This is the idea. It's a little big head. Okay. It's the idea that there's these fiendish alphas who are exploiting the state of the sexual marketplace right now. It must be these guys going out and just, they're fucking all over. They're licking the ice cream. Rollo, they got their tongue on the ice cream. Oh my gosh. They're sampling all the flavors. Holy shit. That's not what's going on, Tim. What's going on is women. It's a choice paradox for women. Women would rather share an alpha male than be saddled with a faithful loser, with a beta. They don't need the beta anymore. That's what's changed the sexual marketplace. It's not fiendish men exploiting it. It's women saying, I hate beta males so much. I'm going to cater my entire life to avoiding them. I'm going to go to school. I'm going to get my own career. I'm going to make enough money because God knows women are scared shitless that they're going to get, raked over the coals, or they're going to be in this boring life. They're not going to get it's going to be the one that got away, right? That's not my soulmate, but he was the guy that I had to settle on, and he'll do. That's a very much, not only a psychological fear or a social fear, it's an existential, like evolutionary fear for women as well. So women would rather share a successful alpha high value man than to be saddled with a faithful loser. That's what's going on. It's not men who are prompting this. It is women that are prompting this. And those men, by the way, are not in the 20%. They're in like the 4.5%. Those are the ones that women will like actively pursue. So again, can I get a little accuracy here?
The women don't care. They're going to go and bang the men. So it's actually working out, I would say, to a certain degree with most women and the top men. The top men are like, they can get whatever they want, whenever they want. And women, of course, can choose to get what they want, whenever they want, except things start to change later in life. But we'll get into that in a minute. For now, this is creating a massive detriment to women. Of course, the end result will be a massive detriment to society, which I'll get into in a minute, but let's read. Relationship standards. They go on. With so many options, it's not surprising that women are increasingly selective. I do a live TikTok show and speak with hundreds of audience members every week. I hear recurring dating things.
By the way, the guy who wrote this is a dude. Okay. I have a TikTok show where I get all these women that come in and tell me what they think. Thanks, Psychology Today, guy.
Themes from women between the ages of 25 and 45. They prefer men who are emotionally available, good communicators, and share similar values.
That's what women are attracted to. That's not what they are aroused by. Again, more accuracy, Tim. You're good. You're on the right track. I'm not going to run Tim up the flagpole. I'm not going to criticize. This is not me trying to flame Tim, by the way. I think he's onto something here. He's actually. I'm like, dude, I just want to steer the freaking Tim Pool bus a little bit for him.
Now pause right there and just say, dude, spare me. Humans have been around for long enough to know that the things women claim they want, they don't actually want. And most men want one thing. It's really that simple. And there's why they're tropes. Men are only interested in one thing. Yeah, for the most part. And women come out and say, like, I just want a guy who's like emotionally available and sensitive and a good communicator. And what they really want is some ripped dude who's rich. Not all women, not all men. You get my point. Okay, Cupid.
No, most women and most men. Can we just like stop it with the bullshit, like the not all women stuff? Can we like I long for the day someday we will arrive in this promised land of like embracing generalities instead of embracing anecdotes and embracing like the outliers. You know, what is it? You know, the exception of the rule proves the goddamn rule. Maybe we should like look at the rule. I don't know. Feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Maybe we should look at the rule and not the exceptions. Well, not all women are like, stop norching it back. Stop. Just go with it, man. It's okay. You want to be red pill, at least swallow the whole damn thing.
Pointed out a long time ago that all of these women on the platform were like, if you have a picture of you with your shirt off showing your abs, don't bother messaging me. And then,
except for now, it's if you are retweeting Andrew Tate, don't bother messaging me.
They found that women were more likely to respond to a message from a guy who is showing off his abs. You see how that works? Perhaps because social norms play a bigger role for women.
No, biological norms play a bigger role for women. Come on, man, just a little bit. Just turn it to the left a little more, Tim. There's arousal and there's attraction. When this guy is having all these chicks come in and on Chick Talk, come in and, oh, this is what I really want in a man. I want him to be available and funny and loves dogs and likes to go to Disneyland and likes rainbows and ice cream just like me. Yeah, but you went to go watch Jason Momoa and Aquaman. No, I really love DC Comics. Get the fuck out of here. No, it's okay to acknowledge the alpha fuck side of hypergamy. Please. Can we please get to that point where we're acknowledging arousal, where we're acknowledging that there's a difference between what women want for long-term security in a guy versus the hot guy in the foam cannon party. There you go. That's today. I need a sound drop for that for whatever reason. Come on, man. You're almost there. Henry Cavill. Thank you. That's what I'll use from here on out. Thank you for that. Okay. Henry Cavill from here on out. No more, or Henry Cavill. You know, what's funny is I would use Henry Cavill as like the Superman, like archetype. And then you got Jason Momoa who's the bad guy. He's like, yeah, he's going to do, Maori hakas, before he brings you to bed and throws you on the bed. But can we please acknowledge the biology? It's not social. And I hate that too. By the way, I keep seeing a trend for that. I just want to point this out is like when I look at like guys who want to march shit back, especially Jordan Peterson, especially David Buss. I'm not going to Peterson's an easy mark. David Buss does exactly this. Oh, well, women are really interested in a guy who's got a lot of money and they select for guys who are good providers and they're generous with their resources and everything. Like, yeah, but they're fucking guys like Jason Momoa and while they're looking for the guy who's the good long-term prospect. Hopefully that guy will be the great, wonderful, idealistic Superman unicorn balance of the two. In the meantime, that's how they're going to work. That's how their mating strategy is going to work. When I listen to Buss, when I listen to Peterson, when I listen to Rob Henderson, unfortunately, Rob Henderson now, it's like they talk out of both sides of their face. So when we're talking about like, here's what women select for in a guy, but they really, in the long term, they just want a guy who's going to be nice there. He's going to be funny. He's going to be loyal and dependable. It's like, no, clearly that's not the case because we can see the stats right here. Even Tim Pool, of all people, knows these stats, right? When we look at the response rate for the guy with the ripped abs versus the guy who's got the dad bod, but he's got money and everything. They're not selecting for that guy on Tinder. It's all perception at this point. And how do people meet like their romantic partners now? Almost exclusively through dating apps, whether that's Tinder or Bumble or Hinge or Seeking Arrangements or Match.com or whatever your choice is. That's how we have been doing intimacy and family building and relationship building and just straight out fucking for the last certainly for the last since 2006-ish right there. So can we just at least accept that? And can we also accept the fact that it's all perceptual? Oh, he looks good. Swipe right, swipe left, whatever it is. Right? I don't even know which one's the good swipe. Is it left or right? But the idea that women are only interested in the beta buck side of hypergamy, and they're only interested in status, they're only interested in long-term security, they're only interested in these real pro-social aspects of that one side of hypergamy, yet they're still, they're alpha widows. I can show you the thing that women don't. You don't know why women don't want to get married, because they don't want to believe that their social capital or their sexual agency is perishable. Lolo Jones is crying a river, freezing her eggs because she's a product of that generation that said, "Don't worry, hold out. You'll find the right guy. God will bring him to you, or whatever." Or society will bring him to you. Who knows? eHarmony will bring him to you.
They don't want to come off as vapid or shallow, but they really just want to be vapid and shallow. I say embrace it, ladies. Outright, just say it. And that's what we're seeing. Tinder profiles where fat women and ugly women are like, you better be 6 foot tall, make 6 figures, and have at least 6 inches.
What? What? Give me a condom. I want to score twice. There's none left. Damn.
Come on, man. 666. Yeah. You know who I've heard that from? I saw the, what was it? No, Josh Williams. I know. It seems like that's plagiarism. I wish I could say it was. It's not. Well, if he's plagiarizing, it's not necessarily Rich Cooper, because Rich Cooper's the one who came up with the 666. Right. Got it. All rights reserved, copyrights. God knows when. Rich Cooper, Entrepreneurs in Cars. 666. 6-pack abs, 6-figure income, 6 feet tall, and at least a 6-inch dick, right? Something like that. I don't know what it is. 6666. By the way, I can't say he's like pulling that directly from Rich, because I've also seen on, was it Barstool Sports? There's a podcast or a TikTok cast, whatever it is, for the chicks. And I swear to God, that's what it's called, chicks. And it's these mouthy little girls who like probably will never get married and are just like, you know, they're kind of like, they look like they were old sorority sisters, and they're kind of aging out of that. And that's like the kind of humor. I mean, it's Barstool Sports, right? But I've heard them talk about the 666, right? 6 feet tall, 6-figure income, or 6-figure income, 6-pack abs. They said that exact same thing. So they're lifting it too. So a lot of people are lifting this. He probably doesn't even know where that came from, or maybe he does. Well, it's plagiarism. Yeah, but everybody's pulling it. Sorry, Rich. They ripped me off too, Rich. What can I say? But that, you know, but is Tim really just right here? Call me, motherfucker. Come on, man. Come on. Give me the call.
Lady. That was actually a viral post I saw on Reddit. And they were just like, you are overestimating your value. And I'm here to tell you guys, no, she isn't. There's a reason they do this, and it works for them, because these dudes are going to be on Tinder and they're going to swipe right on everybody. And then they're going to get some woman and they're going to be like, don't know, don't care. Going to get me some. Skills deficits. Now, this is important. For men, this means a relationship skill gap that, if not addressed, will likely lead to fewer dating opportunities, less patience for poor communication skills, and longer periods of being single. The problem for men is that emotional connection is the lifeblood of healthy long-term love.
Wait, stop. Oh, here's that attention you wanted. Thank you, literalist. Thank you, autistic guy. Yeah, we know. That's why it's a thing. We got it, man. We know what. Hell, man. Go listen to Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. Yeah, we've known that since 1982. Thank you very much. There's that attention you wanted.
Connection requires all the skill that families are still not consistently teaching their young boys. I'm going to pause and just say this is actually a remnant of dating apps. Here's what happens. You get a 30-year-old guy. He's making $80K a year. He's got a car, a nice one. It's used, but, you know, he's got...
And by the way, $80K, still above average. That's the average single man income, I believe, is $56,000 right now. I believe so. Anyways, let's continue.
At his own apartment. And he goes on Tinder and he swipes a bunch. And then there is a beautiful young thing, 20 years old. But she's like, yo, older guy, got a car, going to pick me up. He's going to pay for my drinks. Fun. Meanwhile, the 20-year-old guy who's in the same dorm with her and says, you want to hang out with me and the boys while we play video games because we're broke? She goes, no. Well, what really happens is she'll swipe right on a bunch of dudes. She'll get 2 guys. They're both attractive. 30-year-old guy says, I'll pick you up in my Mitsubishi. We'll go down to the lake. I'll buy you dinner. She goes, that sounds really fun. The younger guy says, well, I'm broke. I work at a deli, but you can come hang out in my dorm. And she goes, yeah.
And she goes, you're the one with the 6-pack. Okay, I'll be right over. This is so funny. Okay, again, all I ask for, Tim, is just you're right there. I love you. I love Tim Pool. Okay, I really do. This is not flat. I want to have this conversation, man. I'm so desperate to have this conversation with you. I'm willing to like at least do half of this show about you.
I want fancy dinner and a lake. So she just naturally tends toward the dude who has resources.
No, she tends towards a guy with a six-pack abs who she was going to lay down the good dick. Or else she's going to go and meet the guy at the lake and have a good time with him and say, oh, thanks. Oh, got to go. It's 10 o'clock. And then go meet with the guy who's got the dorm, who's going to like, rock her from here to glory. Right. That's the alpha fucks, beta bucks. That's all. Old man with a dad bod, hot guy from the foam cannon party that she met. Why not both?
This means this 20-year-old man will not have the ability to develop relationship skills because the opportunities are not as present.
It all depends on the guy's context. Seriously. Who are we talking about? Like, let's qualify terms here. Okay. Yeah. Largely. Are there guys who are desperate dudes who are never going to like, what was it? They're making those machines so that they can swipe through and just spam approaches or spam likes or matches on the, on the dating apps. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. That guy's out of it. 80%, 80% plus. But who are we talking about? Because you got a guy who's like the 4.5%. Like, you don't have to be Jason or you don't have to be Justin Waller. Like, Justin Waller's the complete package. And I hate to keep using him as an example. I love Justin. I'm going to be in Tahoe with him, not this week, but next week. But Justin knows his shit. Justin is in high demand and he knows it. That's the dangerous thing about Justin Waller. He is aware of his value to women. And yes, I know about the videos of his mom. Thank you very much. We'll talk about that later on. But the guy got money, good looking, 6'3". He won't pick you up in no freaking Mitsubishi. He'll pick you up in his like Jeep G-Ride, man. He will definitely come and get you in the right. You'll travel in style, ladies. But he's the complete package, right? Now, separate that. Like, if you cut him in half, right? You have the guy who's the Justin Waller. It's like a parallel dimension, right? Justin Waller, who's 6'3", whatever. He's a good looking dude. He's got his shit together, but he doesn't have any money. He doesn't have the G-Ride, and he's got the Mitsubishi. Then you got the Justin Waller, who's kind of fat, frumpy. He's not quite 6 foot. He's like, he's my height, right? He's 5'10", 5'11", right? And but he's got a lot of money. Oh, if I could just find somebody to get those two guys together, right? Well, why? Why worry about it? The internet has already taken care of that for you. Rejoice, ladies. Everything has been done for you. You can have both of those guys if you want to. Not necessarily at the same time, but if you want to fuck the guy who's the alpha guy and you want to, entertain the idea of getting with the guy with the dad bod who's got money and lives by the lake or whatever, you can do that too. That's the problem. It's not either or. But the guy, but he's getting more to a point here, which is the reason why these guys, we have this rise in single lonely men, is because women are opting for alphas, high value men, not necessarily rich guys, but alpha guys who are above them in the sociosexual hierarchy.
So women will increasingly be going after older guys, which brings me to this article from 20.
As much as I would like that to be true, it's contextual. Women by and large look for older guys as it is. So women tend to look for men who are between 3 to 7 years older than they are, unless they just want to fuck the guy, right? Ladies, cougars out there, freshly divorcees. Are you looking for the old guy? Or are you going, you know what? I really want to get I really want to get turned out by a college guy, at least for now. And then I'll start looking for a guy who's a better prospect later on. You want the guy that turns, that lays down the good D. And then later on, again, it just depends on where that woman is at. But by and large, you're talking about you're alpha fucks, beta bucks. And I don't think enough guys who are dipping their toes into the manosphere right now, especially guys who don't want to alienate half of their audience, they're unwilling to address that. In fact, the guy who wrote the article about men need to man up and they need to become high value guys. Well, how do they do that? Well, get your money on point, do all this good stuff, because then you'll be able to fulfill that woman's, biological life roles in her strategy, her sexual strategy. You'll be in a much better position if you just go and build yourself up. We need better men. The world need build a better beta, right? That's a essay I have. I'll bring that up later. But we need men to really take charge and be man, like man up. We're telling them to man down, but now we're telling them to man up. Okay. Why? So they can get married? So they can sign up for that? So they can sign up for the way that we do marriage now? Because that's not an incentive. So they can have sex. They're always getting sex. And if they can't, they can always go pay for it, which is pretty much what most of those guys are doing. Or they can have this fantasy that they have somebody that actually gives a shit about them to the tune of, $1,000, $2,000, some cases $4,000 for their favorite OnlyFans girl every month. So what's the incentive? What's my motivation, man? And I'm not putting this on Tim. I'm just saying in general, what's their motivation? That's why these guys are where they're at. It's not because they're like, they're not living up to our expectations. Of course they're not. There's no incentive for them to do so. Why would they?
19, which I covered a long time ago, before we get into the marriage stuff. The share of Americans not having sex has reached a record high. But it's mostly dudes. Take a look at this.
Thank you.
Lack of sex driven mainly by the young. 23%, 18 to 29-year-olds. Wow. That's crazy, dude.
Tim Pool catches up to the red Tim Pool 2022 catches up to the red pill 2018. Oh man. Because this is what he's talking about, which I have used about a gajillion times. Those are the GSS studies. I'm not even here's what he's not going to show you, but I'll put it up here anyways. This is what he's not going to show you. This is, by the way, this is pulled from, this is a correlate. Remember, we have to take data points in multiples. We don't take them just one at a time. We have to see how they work against others. Okay. Men's share of U.S. college enrollment versus the no sex rate, which is what he's quoting right here. Okay. General Social Survey. That's the GSS study, by the way, in the United States. Washington Post, U.S. Department of Education, National Student Clearinghouse. So look at the rise in sexlessness of men in the cohort he was talking about, which I believe is 18 to 29. Okay. And then look at the drop and the decline in enrollment. Didn't say graduation. In enrollment. He's not going to show you that one, although maybe he just didn't know.
Now, perhaps you can say, it means they're being abstinent and they're waiting for marriage. Maybe, but maybe not voluntarily. Take a look at this. Among 40 to 49, you can see it goes up a little bit. 30 to 39, it goes way down. 50 to 59, it goes down. This is fascinating. Among women, it's gone up a little bit. Among men, it's up to 28%. 28% of men between the ages of 18 and 30 have reported having no sex in the past year. And a large portion are virgins. Why is it lower for women? Because women is banging older dudes. Duh.
No, they're not. Not necessarily. Like you don't know that.
Say my name.
Thank you for watching my show, Tim. Thank you for watching me harp on this for at least the last, I don't know, what, year and a half? I don't know how long I've been like using those stats. I put them like almost like every third show. I throw those stats out there for like to prove a point or to make a point. Okay. Yeah, we got that. Thanks for catching up. I'm glad you caught up with the rest of the class finally, Tim. Thank you for doing that. You did your homework. That's fine. Golf clap. Good. But like, is it too much to,
Say my name.
Okay. But again, it's, they're banging older dudes. And I've heard this before. I don't know where he's picking this up. I forget which podcast was saying, those women are going for guys who are older than them and more made and have more money and everything. Like guys my age can't fuck me the right way. So I got to go for an adult, like a guy who's like in Gen X, right? They're all Allie, right? Allie's like 27 and her husband's like Gen X. I'm not going to rat him out for his age. It's like, they're all, come on, man. No. Yeah, those women are still having sex. Now, remember, sexlessness in women has also increased. And by the way, one of the things, I don't know if he's going to get to this or not, but that's just the cohort from 18 to 29. Now we have to look at the cohort after that, and that, like, it's tripled for that cohort. But then after that, like, was it 30 through like 45 or 46, I think, is the next cohort up. They've like the sexless rate for those men has doubled as well in that same time period. But nobody brings that one up. But the long and the short of this is that yeah, he's 100% right. Talked about this a million times, but he's wrong in his assessment where he says, well, they must be getting with guys who have resources, because that's the only reason why women have sex. No, they don't. They have sex with the hot guy in the foam cannon party. They have sex with the guy who's the alpha. They have sex with the guy, or they initiate those relationships and those encounters and those whatever you want to call it. Like they want to date, they want to meet up, hook up, meet up, whatever, with the guy who's in the 4.5%. I've used those stats a million times as well. 80% of men are deemed as unattractive. I think he's talked about this already. That doesn't mean that those 20% of guys are, well, those must be the eligible guys. No, they might do. They're just not unattractive. They're not like invisible to women. Now, of that 20%, of that top 20%, only 4.5% of the total right there is attractive enough for women to want to initiate with. That's the 4.5% number that we get. And by the way, those are David Buss's numbers, not mine. Those are concrete, legitimate stats. People have tried to throw that one. Oh, where do you get this? Show me your stats. Well, go talk to David Buss. He's the one. He's a preeminent statistician on this stuff. In fact, it comes out of his book, Men Behaving Badly, which is like all this Evo psych to try to, show that men aren't living, same shit, right? To show that men aren't living up to their expectations. It's like, well, I wonder why. Well, because only 4.5% of guys are the guys that women want to bang and they think they're entitled to them, courtesy of social media. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a Scooby-Doo mystery. Sorry, TFM. But yes, and I know like, how do you say no, dude? It's not just necessarily older guys. They're still like fucking for women doesn't have to necessarily be about, oh, he's got a car, he's got a great job, he loves his mom, he wants a dog, wants kids. No, man, he's hot. I was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another. That's never been. If there is, I've argued that there is no hookup culture anymore. Not in the way that there used to be, anyways. Not in that before, say 2012. You might have convinced me that there is a hookup culture on college campuses and for young people. You might have been able to do that. But if there is still a hookup culture today, it is not because those fiendish men are going, now the tables have turned. Now we have ultimate power. We can take over and fiendishly bang all these women that we want to whenever we want to. No, it's women that are initiating that. And they don't just necessarily go for the guy with the good prospects, because those guys are few and far between. They might be fucking the guy who's like the snowboarder who has, 6-pack abs, and they're not going to marry that guy. But fucking doesn't have anything to do with marrying or long-term relationships. And god damn it, if I can't just convince someone like David Buss to realize this, or Jordan Peterson for that matter. The only reason women actually get with a guy is if he's got good prospects. Get the fuck out of here. Those stats right there prove that ain't true. And if you go and you look at the swipe left or swipe right, it's all about perception. It's all about the video. It's all about the pictures you use. That's what it is. It's all about images. I've talked about this before. It's like brand management in book 5 in the Player's Handbook. The very first chapter in the Player's Handbook. Brand management is everything. You are a brand, and that brand is not necessarily about you owning a yacht. Well, probably helps, but the guys, especially guys who aren't getting pussy, think that that's what they're after. David Buss, I would argue, is probably not out in Brickell turning them out, right? So they think that that's the criteria, whatever, that women use when they're looking for the guy that they're going to hook up with. No, it's not. I mean, sometimes, yeah, it just depends on opportunity. But more often than not, when women are between the ages of 18 and 28 in their hoe phase, the guy who's hot and has a lot of money, bingo, jackpot, ching, great. But if that guy's not forthcoming, maybe you get with the guy who smokes pot and plays video games just for a one-nighter. Because you got to turn it out and go, okay, now I'm going to go back to the search kind of thing. It's not that that's not the criteria. And most guys think that that's where women's head is at. We're only having sex because I want to, I have nothing but noble intentions of starting a family, and he's future forecasting and love bombing me and all this other stuff. I can't believe it, but I'm going to go fuck bad boy anyways. Go look at the dark triad studies. Go look at why is it that women keep going and are attracted to was it Christian Grey? 50 so Christian Grey? Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey. Why is that still a thing? Hell, we got very derivatives of that now too. At 365 DNI, what is it? Sex/Life on Netflix. Why are those still very number one popular shows on Netflix? There's probably more that I'm not even thinking about. But we simply don't want to acknowledge alpha fucks is a very important, huge side of hypergamy. Say it with me, Tim. That's what it is. It's not just the beta buck side. It's not just the noble intent. Well, women just want to start families and they just can't find the right guy. You're essentially, I'm not harping on Tim, but like essentially what you're saying is that's the only side of hypergamy that matters because it's less unflattering than saying women want to bang Jason Momoa.
The older crowd, 30 to 39, it's gone down. Percent reporting no sex in the past year. So when this goes down, these are people saying that they're hooking up. The point is, if you're a 30-year-old guy, you've got younger women who are available to you, which is true, but perhaps you are. See, the only criteria he's using is his only frame of reference is transactional sex. By the way, I should have pointed that out in the beginning. This is the difference between guys who only understand like relationships in transactional terms. They don't understand like women actually have sex, validational sex, which is the guy that they really, God, I'm really hot for that guy. I want to fuck him right now. The guy that she has the same night lay with. That just doesn't register. So, of course, if they're older, then they must be getting more sex. Oh, either that or they're married and they're having sex all the time with one person. Maybe that's it. Who knows, right? You can go and look at the marriage. If you're not going to look at those marriage correlates, then you're never going to have a complete understanding of what's really going on in the sexual marketplace. Brings me to Jezebel. The number of lonely single men is on the rise thanks to modern dating's higher standards. Boy, do they really just not get it or not care to get it. Jezebel comes out with a feminist take, only addressing one small issue, saying men should be better. The reason men don't have the relationship skills you need is because women overwhelmingly are dating older guys and younger men aren't getting an opportunity to learn how to be better mates. That and just society in general is drifting towards a dark direction toward, as it pertains to relationships. Now they go on and they mention, okay, this is actually kind of bad because what's going to happen is you're going to get a bunch of incels. They say the knowledge that single straight men are running out of options unless they acquire the skills to be in a healthy and supportive relationship is validating. But it also comes with its own set of concerns. Growing numbers of lonely single men sounds like a recipe for more self-victimizing incels. After all, it's a patriarchal society that just overturned Roe v. Wade.
Oh, there it is. There it is. It's a patriarchal society that caters to every whim that women have. Yes, women, you're still oppressed by that patriarchal society that is trying to fiendishly take away your rights to abort with your non-right, your privilege to abort your child. It's Jezebel. What are you going to do? Of course, that's going to be the take that they have. I mean, why would you? I don't know, man. Even just taking Jezebel into like consideration in a serious consideration. I mean, maybe if you want to say, oh, here's what the mindset is, it's bullshit. Of course it is. Of course, women are going to say that right now. Oh, it must be these patriarchal societies that's trying to take away your right to vote. So, or your vote. Oh, I mean, your right to have an abortion. Be sure you vote next Tuesday in November, first Tuesday in November. All this shit goes away. What, November 7th, November 9th? All that shit goes away. I would not be surprised, by the way, and I don't know if this is not a prediction, but I would not be surprised if after the midterm elections here in the United States, that suddenly we reclaim suddenly the federal government reclaims the Roe v. Wade, or they take it back to it's now a federal thing and not left to the states. Would not surprise me whatsoever. It's a marketing ploy. Get the little girls outrage the girls, get them into a frothing lather over reproductive rights. And I can't believe we're here. I thought there was already settled back in 1973 with Roe v. Wade, whatever it was. Roe v. Wade. Oh my God. We've got to get out to the polls. November 9th. Crickets. Cricket. I don't have that drop. Nothing. Silence. Guarantee you it'll go back. Something will flip. I don't know. Maybe it'll be next year. But I guarantee it'll get flipped back. Oh, you did it. Good girls. You got out there and you voted for the Democrats to get them back in the office. And guess what? Here's your reward. We're all going to put Roe v. Wade back where it was. Watch. Watch.
Ah, yes. Well, you know, there was a solution to this problem. Let me read for you the first comment from an individual who posted it just yesterday evening.
God,
I think the frustrating thing about dating for men is the complete lack of guarantees. If I wanted to set a goal of owning $1 million in real estate in the next 5 years, I could create a plan of action with steps 1 through 10. And although it may not be easy, I could do it. Let's say I wanted to improve my physique and physical health and get in best shape of my life again. I could create a plan of action, perhaps start an intermittent fasting regimen and cut out carbs. Make sure I get 15,000 steps a day while coupling that with an hour at the gym. And after a few months or a year or 2 years, I would have that physique that was closer to the ideal standard. Dating offers no such guarantee. You could have 100 women write down 10 things they are looking for from their ideal partner, compile that data and create a list of 10 or 12 things that women are looking for, become the ideal embodiment of those things, make it your life's work to make sure that you have those 10 or 12 characteristics, and you can still end up by yourself. Every woman can look at you and still say, nah, chief, I'm good. And that's absolutely their prerogative. It's a sobering feeling, made doubly so by the fact that it's probably the thing that we worry about the most. And also the thing that people don't really seem to care much about. I am under no circumstance.
Not according to Wheat Waffles. All you got to do is just get in shape and look smacks, and the girls will just fall all over you.
Is advocating the rampant misogyny that comes from this inconvenient truth, because I do think way too many men are trafficking in that space because they cannot handle the fact that they may end up alone. But it does suck to think about. And I wish more healthy conversations could be had as it pertains to relationships and coupling. But it doesn't seem like either side of the aisle wants to do that. It's the first part of this that I find to be the most interesting. That you could set goals, this individual. If I want to set a goal, I could do all of that. But when it comes to women, yeah, marriage used to be your guarantee. There was a guarantee. It was called marriage.
No,
and now
that was never a guarantee, actually. But you can think so. Marriage was actually a compromise of mating strategies, Tim. Okay. I have my mating strategy. My biological imperative is to unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. If I'm a high value guy and I have access to a quote unquote harem, whatever, and I have access, or whether it's, formal or it's not, I can date non-exclusively, whatever you want to call it. If I am the kind of guy who is high enough value to be able to do something like that, then it's not in my best interests, at least opportunity cost wise, to settle on one woman. Now, women, on the other hand, are hypergamous. They're looking for the quality rather than the quantity. They're looking for investment. They're looking for the guy who is the best of both, right? I mean, ideally anyways. The hot guy in the foam cannon party who also makes the 666, makes a shit ton of money and is still hot, good looking, takes care of them, loves them unconditionally. They can get fat, do whatever the hell they want to. It's all about quality at that time. And so, I mean, and I'm being gross. I'm making an extreme example or extreme illustration here. I am, but you'll get the point. Alpha fucks beta bucks versus unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Those are in my biological interests, and those are in women's biological best interests. Now, but the problem is if we both follow those interests, then society doesn't exist, because we need to be able to come together and invest in offspring. And if we don't do that, then the species dies out. Because human babies have big heads because we rely on our intelligence and our biology and our evolved, like what we are, our mechanisms, our machinery depends on a man and a woman coming together, and the man protecting, providing, and being parentally invested in hopefully his children. And what that requires is that man invest himself in that and give up his access to many women, unless he's doing it on the sly, right? Same thing for women. Give up your quest for looking for Superman or the best you can do. Like, is he the best I can do? That's why that's the hypergamous doubt question, right? Give that up and say, you know what? I'm with you, live or die, in sickness and in health, till death do us part, for richer and for poor, forsaking all others. Okay, you good? I'm good. Okay, I'm going to give up that aspect of my sexual strategy, and you're going to give up that aspect of your sexual strategy so we can come together and create something more. Because if we don't, we can't invest in the kid, and the kid dies, and you're going to be, you're much more vulnerable alone. You want to know why women are more communitarian? That's why, because they are the vulnerable sex. They are the weaker sex, especially when it comes to survival issues, at least in our ancestral past. That's what the formality of a marriage solved, at least throughout history. And I explained this exactly in no uncertain terms when I was on with Ruslan and on Adam Sosnick's show. yes, we are better together than we are apart. Because if we don't come together, then the species is at an extreme disadvantage, at the very least. Women need men to protect them because they are the vulnerable sex. And that even if we're in the modern age, well, don't we have armies now? We got food on every corner. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, we don't. Maybe. I don't know. It depends on where you are. But even if that's the case, your brain, your hindbrain is still looking for the guy who is a good provider, who is strong, has the capacity for violence, who has dark triad personalities traits, but in a measured way, so that he can use them. I mean, even Dr. Jordan Peterson's figured this one out, right? You got to be a dangerous man, but you got to temper that with with self-control. Well, all he's saying is you got to be able to kick ass and kill people, more or less, and that was demonstrating higher value back then. So you got to be able to protect, provide. You got to make more resources than you expend, and you got to be generous with those resources. So the funny guy, the guy who loves his mom, the guy who wants kids, probably going to be generous with his oversupply of resources. So there's that. Great deal for that woman, because if not, she doesn't survive, and the offspring don't survive, whether they're his or anybody's else's. Okay. So that is why marriage existed, not to facilitate one side of hypergamy. It is to facilitate the unspoken arrangement. Because remember, I'm talking about marriage from before we had like the legalized marriage, what we have now. Marriage has been around for a very long time, and Christianity and Abrahamic religions, whatever, do not have a monopoly on it. Okay, Japan got married, China got married. Well, there's some sort of formalization of it, right? Lots of cultures had to be monogamous, and they had to find some way to formalize that. That's why. So what is that? What is that formalization? What is that agreement? You're not. I mean, now we put make it legalistic, and we put it. We're litigious about it. But the fact remains that it was a compromise between the two, between you and your family, and you're coming together with your clan and his clan or whatever, coming together. You're blending families, blending tribes, which become nations. Yada yada yada. It all comes down to you being able to fuck, more or less. Like, can we get together? Yeah, okay. I will give up my opportunity cost of banging a lot of women, and you'll give up your opportunity cost of looking for a bigger and better deal. We'll get together and we'll have kids, and I'll invest in them, and you'll be investing in them too. We'll have a family, and we'll live happily ever after. Like, ideally. Doesn't work out that way most of the time, but that's the more or less the deal. But the nuts and the bolts of it, the latent purpose of it, is you've got to compromise your mating strategy so that you could, for the betterment of the rest of the race. That's how it works, the species. That's why you had marriage. But I mean, I get what he's saying, but I think, again, I'm striving for accuracy.
There's no fault divorce. This is not going to leave women happier. It is likely going to leave women unhappier. But of course, women will resort to marrying the state. You'll end up seeing the rise of communism. As women get older and they don't have support structures, they'll just insist that everyone else will fund a welfare system to protect them.
Why do they
Childless feminist women will be 70 with no children to look after them. So what will they say? Publicly funded retirement homes. It is a dangerous direction.
Okay. Agreed. 100%. Absolutely good take. Good take. But the reason why they're doing that, the reason why socialism seems like a good idea to women, is because women fundamentally organize societies based on communitarianism. In women's psyche, we are the hunters, men are the hunters, women are the gatherers. So collectivism, communitarianism, it takes a village to raise a child, right? That kind of stuff, that mentality, that is like it's always on. That's part of the female psyche, communitarianism, because they need each other, because they are the vulnerable sex. They need each other to protect one another. When the men are off trying to kill the woolly mammoth, right, or bring home the caribou meat, whatever they're fishing, I don't know, whatever they're out there hunting. Well, we've got to rely on each other, sisters. So we got to stay together. Oh, you're going to have a baby soon. I'm a midwife, that kind of stuff. That's why you have the sisterhood of Arousal. That's why when women organize societies, it's always based on communitarianism. It's always based on, that's why, by the way, that's why socialism seems like a good idea. That's why, what did he say? Like community, like a big kibbutz of like women who can like retire in like communal state provided housing because they couldn't get a man. But they wanted kids. They had them because we provide that to them too. And so in a gynocentric social order, women organize society based on communitarianism. When men organize societies, it's always hierarchical. That's why we have a president. That's why we have a vice president. That's why we have generals and lieutenants and corporals and sergeant, whatever, all the way down the chain of command. That's why we have structure our businesses via hierarchy. It seems like the most obvious thing in the world to a guy. And then you put women into that male space, that male hierarchy, that space, you put them in there. What's the first thing they do? Well, we need to have pregnancy leave. Well, we need to have a ball pit in the community workplace, in the coffee shop, the community area. We need to have, bagel Tuesdays. We need to have whatever. We need to make modern conveniences so that we got to support our women and blah, blah, blah. We basically need to turn the hierarchical situation of the American workplace into a communitarian, collectivist place. And we don't really care so much about competition. We care more about meeting the needs of women because they don't understand hierarchies. Men must become, women just are. Well, if women just are, how do they organize societies? Just like that. That's why socialism, that's why communism, whatever he's talking about. You want to know why when, there's no coincidence that right after the Seneca Falls in 1849, which was really the start of the suffragette movement, almost coincided exactly with Karl Marx's The Communist Manifesto and the rise of Marxism, right around the same time. Why was that such a good pairing? Because they both were on the same page when it came to communalism, communitarianism, socialism. That's why. Socialism is a female way of thinking. Hierarchy, capitalism, that's a male way of thinking because it's a hierarchy. You're going to outdo the next dude. Are you better than Joe? Can you kill that caribou more efficiently than Joe? Then you get more money. You get more acknowledgement. You have a higher status. You're the chief of the tribe. Great. And then who's the sub chief and who's below him and who are the warriors and then who are the berry pickers, right? And all the way on down. That's how men organize societies. Women organize societies in communities. It's more like a circle, right? Whereas for men, it's more like a ladder. That's why it seems that way. And that's, by the way, that's old order way of thinking too. Like Marxism is dead because it doesn't acknowledge human nature. It's a dead meme. It's been a dead meme for a long time for a variety, for many, many reasons. But the main reason I think anyways is because it fundamentally ignores real, actual human nature that we know now, but they didn't know then. Karl Marx didn't have access to the anthropological studies, the sociological studies, the biometrics, plotting the human genome, had no earthly idea about that. I would also say the same about the blank slate too, just to be on the same level here. That's why I think like Carl Jung and the rest of these guys are just full of shit right now. We're not full of shit, but like they had a contribution at the time, but they were ignorant of what we have on Google right now. Any 10-year-old kid can go get that information right now. Did they have something to say? Yes. Was it wrong? Was it right? Well, probably, because now in light of new information, we know that was a failed meme, a dead meme. And so now we need to push past all that crap, get into the 21st century and decide what it is that we're going to do and how we're going to organize society. Because what we've been doing based on this old order way of thinking, this 20th century, 19th century, 18th century way of thinking is not working. We need to update the way we organize society. We need to update, and it has to be based on what we know now in the time that we've spent on planet Earth. Like, what do we know about human nature? Can we at least get to that point? This is not my political screed. This is not my opinion or anything like that. I'm just saying these are the observations that I see. So when women get really uptight, like if I were to throw that one at Jedediah, I should be like, how dare you? I'm a conservative. I believe in capitalism. Of course you do. Of course you do. But that's not the natural way women want to organize society. In fact, if I say, are you a capitalist or a communist? She'd probably say, I'm a capitalist. Okay. But how do you run your household? Oh, we're egalitarian, equal partners. It's just by order of degree. It's just what seems like, what's going to get you the most, likes on Instagram. All right. I am going to pull this. I'm going to get to super chats now because I have been very remiss in my duties. We're at the 2-hour mark and I have to clear some of these out. So let's get through it. Let's get to it. Jim Call says, Louise Perry suddenly on trigonometry. Coming up next. Chris Williamson on Unheard. She was debating a poly chick named Ayala. who said social norms, social expectations when subject was monogamy or women's sexual freedoms. Okay. Jim, thank you for that. I'm going to get to Louise Perry in the next hour here. And who I got? Marriage causes divorce. Now the red pill is mainstream. What's next? It's not mainstream, but it's getting there. What's next is people are going to distort it and they're going to use it just like they did. Here's what's next. The 2024 election cycle. That's what's next. Watch it happen. Do you envisage, good word, happening in what do you envisage happening in the future? Falling birth and marriage rates, divorce law reform. Probably not, because people make too much money off of the divorce industry right now and the marriage industry. Most likely, we're already below replacement fertility rate in a lot of industrialized countries, first world countries right now. I see that continuing until such time as war picks up, because one of the things, the unspoken thing here that Tim's probably not going to get to, is that when you have societies that you have all of these incels, for lack of a better term, when you see all of these societies of guys who are single and sexless, they are purposeless, they have no hope. That's why nihilism and the black pill is so fucking popular right now. I'm doomed. What it is they're lamenting their own extinction. So every guy that came before their dads and their grandfathers and everything, they did it all for nothing, because they're happy to sit at home and jerk off and not breed or off themselves. One of the things that he doesn't get into, or that article doesn't get into, is the male suicide rate. So when we look at deaths of despair, expect those to increase that much more. Right now, we're not seeing any like war because of single virgin guys frustrated with their sexual situation like we did, like, say, in the Arab Spring back in 2013. Those guys don't have porn. Not in Muslim countries. They don't get the porn. And their prospects of actually getting laid are pretty minimal, considering it's a polygamous society. And it was already on the brink of social unrest as it was. It was a very easy thing for us to, at least industrialized nations, to push them over the edge. Because you got nothing to lose. You got no pussy. The only way you're going to get pussy is by killing the guy who has 4 or 5 wives. Yeah, that's a good recipe for social unrest. And God forbid you ever bring it up, because you get canceled for talking about it. But that's the truth. Nothing I think it was Claire Lehman was saying that, like, the majority of intrasexual violence, like male on male violence over our ancestral past up to where we're over history, has been sponsored by a few things, right? It's like resources, like fighting for resources. People say, oh, it's religion, it's belief. No, the underlying latent purpose of that war, that, it could be religion is like the meme that's prompting guys to go do that. But the purpose of it is resource acquisition, territory acquisition, and pussy acquisition. So you get like guys who are single and sexless, and their only chance of getting laid is if they go to war, and they got nothing to lose. They're more than happy to sign up for it. And you give them a reason, like religion or patriotism or whatever it is. You give them like some sort of song to sing or drum beat to go to. That's what they'll do. And that's exactly what happened in Arab Spring. And we haven't got to that point in this country yet, even though if you look at China's one-child policy, and you look at the United States right now, where we've got just these teeming with incels. The only thing that's keeping incels from not losing their shit right now is pornography, is sedation, which is the first thing I tell anybody. How do I get my life together? Get out of your sedation, whatever that happens to be. That's where we're effectively limiting, or have been for a while now, effectively limiting the sex drive of guys with porn. With World of Warcraft, with weed, with alcohol, with opioids, prescription opioids. I mean, name the sedation. You name the sedation that guys overeating, right? Whatever it is, whatever your sedation happens to be. We've been systematically doing that for a long time, and we've been very successfully controlling a population as a result of that. Guys are in no condition to go and join the military. I read that on the last podcast. Can't even do one fucking pull-up. They're gonna go out there and rage. Get the fuck out of here. Too fat to go rage. And that's right where they want you to be. Or the government anyways, or whatever. I don't know who, but that's the idea, is that sedate those guys and put them in a position of sexual like scarcity. And we got like Tim's all, you know what? This is me being suspect here, but I think one of the reasons why Tim is so like suddenly coming to the red pill right now is what is he like 35, 36, something like that. I don't ever seen, like, I know Lydia got married and packed on some pounds too, but like, I don't see Tim actually hooking up. I don't see Tim with like, Tim's got a lot of money. You know what? He should be the guy that has all the money that women would be choosing, right? He's older. He's got more money than I do. How come he doesn't have an easy time of it? I don't see him with the chick. I don't see him with, he should be the ideal candidate on Tinder, but I don't see it. So what's wrong with that? Maybe he's just like, when you get unplugged from the matrix, and I mean this in the figurative sense, like when you sort of realize, okay, this is really like where I'm at, and this is women's nature, this is men's nature, this is the intersexual dynamics. When you get to the point where you realize all this, I don't necessarily think he's in like the red pill rage perspective right now, but I think he's sort of like, he's definitely in the curiosity mode right now. Is this real? Like, what's it, the 5 stages of unplugging? Doesn't want to believe it's true, but like you can't ignore it. I think that's the phase that he's in right now. Let's see. It would have been great to have you interact with Destiny. No, it really wouldn't. Because now I know what he's about. Myron had trouble calling out the facts. His frame was emotional and not rational. That's because Destiny is a believer. Everything that Destiny that I heard on that show. And by the way, yes, I'm aware that he's like bisexual, or he like lets his wife get cucked out, or his fiance, whatever. I understand. And that only seems like a good idea to a guy who can find some rationale or gaslight himself into believing that he's more progressive and more secure in his masculinity for doing something like that, when in fact he's just simply making his necessity a virtue. Like, what else is he going to do? Look at the guy. I mean, listen to the guy. Do you think he's got a lot of money, according to Tim Pool and the rest of these guys? He should also be a great candidate for chicks too. Look where he's at. So I hate when guys want to talk about red pill and not go full in. Yes. Stop dipping your toes in, like jump full in. You either take it or you don't. No need to evangelize the red pill. Learn it and live it. Thank you. Where do they go? Here's the next one. Cooper was blue pilled not so many years ago. Yeah, he was, but not anymore. As far as I know. I haven't talked to Rich in a while. People always say, "Oh, did you have a falling out with her?" I'm not falling out with Rich. He's doing his thing. I'm doing my thing. That's all. People are like, what's going on with Rich? I know. Go ask him. I like Rich. I still do. I would do it. If he called me up tomorrow, I'd call him. He's got my number. He can call me up anytime. I'd be happy to do a show with him. Justin Sam says, Rollo, I love you, but before going after Crowder or Tim Pool, go after Fresh and Fit for misunderstanding, manipulating the red pill first. Really? People like Crowder talk about it as a society issue, but the Tates and F&F are making a living off of it. Of course they are. Of course they are. But I will tell you this. I would say that there's a qualifiable difference between Myron Fresh and Andrew Tate, and Myron Fresh and, like, say, Sneeko, right? Or anybody who's sort of coming into this space, seeing it as sort of like a hustle, like, oh, male self-improvement. That is always going to be a niche. That's always going to be a section. Like, guys, once I am dead and gone and underground or wherever I am, that's going to be still going to be around. You're still going to be reading my book after I'm cold and dead. You're still going to be, there's all that stuff is still going to stick around because human nature doesn't change. That's why. So you should go after Fresh and Fit. Well, I would argue this. I would say Myron and Fresh are far better representatives or ambassadors of the red pill than, I would say Andrew Tate. And I like Tate too. this is not a cut on him, but I will say this is that when Myron goes on like a show like Mike Rashid's show, or he goes on and he goes at like Brittany Renner, or they go, which I still think was an abortion. But when he goes after on Flagrant 2 with Andrew Schultz, when he goes, even when he was on Tim Pool, what else? Tim Pool won't call me, man. I'd be happy to go on there and straighten things out, but I don't get that call. You know why? Because I don't have that many subs, right? That's the decision. That's the decision maker right there. It's not any subs really, but it's like engagement. They're the new hotness. That's why they get calls from radio shows in Australia when they rage quit, right? I still do pretty well. I mean, I've been on Patrick Bet David. I've been on I've been on You Are Here for the week before Jack Murphy. Elijah Schaefer. I work with Robert Kiyosaki, George Gammon. I got a lot of heavy hitters in my back in my roster as well. But why you guys not say you guys? I don't see you guys coming out and saying, "Oh, Rollo, go get George Gammon." No, because I can go places that Fresh and Fit don't go, and they go places that I will never get the call for. You want to know why Ethan Klein pussed out on that the original debate? We were ready. We were all ready to book our flight and go down to LA. I was rough shit. I would have drove down there from here, but we were all ready to do that, and then they bugged out because they didn't want me on the show. Because they knew damn well I would have gone in there and would have wrecked that place. I would have wrecked Destiny. I would have wrecked the rest of these guys. Because I would have gone point by point by point. Now, why are they doing that? Because they want the 30-second sound bite. They want the ain't nobody got time for that sound bite. Got time for that. That's what they're after. They're disingenuous. At least I can say I know Myron, I know Fresh personally, and I know where they're at. So. And I know the Tates too. I know where they're at. And I know Justin personally. Justin is probably one of my best friends in the sphere. Kevin Sabo, he knows me. I'm one of my best friends in the sphere. Tori knows me. Very good friend, if not one of my better friends in the sphere, right? When we said shit about that, they only want to go after Fresh and Fit because they're higher profile. Journey and Destination, Rollo, you speak facts, but for some reason, when you get into a debate, you seem to change and become too agreeable. It's easy to do. It's easy to do because you're always looking for, I think it kind of depends, by the way, I think it kind of depends on who the host is. Like when I was at Ruslan, I was much more confrontational than I've ever been. And people go, well, you're just going to, you're nice this way and nice that way. Well, I'm not there to like spit in that guy's face. I'm there to discuss topics and issues. I'm there to, if you want to debate me, you better goddamn tell me what the debate's about. That's why I don't do debates. There was no function. There was no, okay, here's what we're going to talk about on the show. Rollo didn't prepare for the debate. What was I going to prepare for? Nobody said this is what we're after. This is what we're going to talk about. As soon as I walk in there, you got Ruslan on the opposite side going, well, let's talk about how you're an asshole. Let's talk about how you're a hypocrite, right? You say you're a Christian, but let's look at the facts. That's not a debate, man. That's all that is like, well, first of all, it's ad hominem. It's nothing but logical fallacies. But I was doing that because in the hopes, and I did Jedediah for the same reason. I was doing those shows in the hopes that not that I was going to convince or change Jedediah's mind or change Ruslan's mind. I was doing it for you. I was doing it for the people who are in the chat. There's 3,400 people in that live chat, which was a really good show. And a lot of people were watching it. I did it for the audience, not for those guys. I know goddamn well they're not going to change their mind. Their whole brand is based on not changing their mind. Because the minute that they do, now they got to do a brand pivot. That's the thing about this, the nature of all this bullshit. Like, see, I hate to think that I'm like above all this because I don't have to worry about doing a brand pivot. I've been doing the same thing for 20 some odd years. But when you get into that, and if like for me, Rollo really changed my mind. Now I'm going to do the Rational Male Light. That's not going to happen. I know I'm not going to convince them of anything, but I go on there because I figured that the people who are going to watch this, who are uninitiated, are going to go, maybe he's got a point there. And they're going to look into it a little bit deeper. They're going to look into, they're going to examine their belief set. Does that happen with that? Like what percentage of guys are going to do that? Probably a very small percentage, but even a 4%, 5%, conversion rate would be a raging success. So I'm not doing it to be a dick. I'm not going on these shows to be a dick. I could, trust me, if the Lord in heaven above comes down and says, oh yeah, you're going to be able to debate Michaela, you are going to see, I will bring a flamethrower to that one. But I'm not expecting her to change her mind about anything. Oh, you wrecked her, you ruined her. Or like when I get, what is it? when I did the show with Richard Hart. Right? Oh, you shouldn't do that. That's a bad look. Well, I've done a lot of guys. I've done a lot of guys. I've done a lot of interviews with people have said, that's a bad look. You shouldn't talk to. Even George Gammon. I had people saying that I shouldn't do anything with George. I'm like, fuck you. Good look, bad look. Who cares? Oh, Robert Kiyosaki. He's a grifter. Yeah. If you tell me not to do something, that means I'm probably going to go do it. Cut your hair, man. How come you don't cut your hair? How come you don't wear some brown shoes and something conservative? How come you don't act your age? You know what I mean? You know how long I've heard cut your hair? If my dad couldn't get me to cut my hair at 14, 16, 17 years old, what fucking chance do you think you have? Tell me. And I've had short hair. I just grew it out when my mom was dying. Thank you very much, because she wanted to see me with long hair. I just kept it long. Oh, let's see. That's you, Garrett. Thank you. Rollo, can you talk about Destiny having an open marriage? I just kind of did. If you look at his wife, Melina's Instagram, it has 0 pics of Destiny. Wow, shocker there. But Destiny has so many pics of her on his Instagram. Of course he does. Because he's a cuck. He's a cuck. What else? What do you want me to say? I mean, look at Destiny. And then, like, Destiny is like, yeah, I think what's more interesting, not that, oh, well, talk about his wife, talk about his destiny, talk about his fiance, talk about, what's to say? What do you want me to say? Now, I will say this though. Don't look at that. That's the red meat side of it. Let's look under the hood. Okay. Why does he think that's a good idea? Why does he defend that? Because he was doing that on Fresh and Fit, like in the after hour show for sure. Why is that? Why does guys think that that's a good idea? Especially when it comes to like open relationships or poly or what? I'm a throuple, right? Why do guys think that's a good idea? Why does Will Smith put up with the bullshit of Jada Pinkett Smith? Still now apologizes to Chris. He goes and like puts one on, and yes, okay, maybe it wasn't staged. Thank you very much. You got me. Okay. I thought maybe it was the writers probably prompted that. And I'm still kind of on the fence about that, but let's just say for sake of argument, organic. He went up there. Why did he do that? Well, because he was just about to win a Best Actors Oscar for the first time in his life, by the way. And most likely Jada was there going, first Best Actor. Yeah, fuck this guy, man. Everybody sees him as like sort of a cuck anyways. Simply, I mean, really since like 2020 when he was on the Red Table Talk and she was talking about trying to excuse and gaslight him and gaslight everyone else that it was okay that she was banging August Alsina. And so why would Will Smith still be working it out or trying to make this bitch happy? Why? Well, for the same reason that Destiny is cool with there not being any pictures of him on his wife's Instagram, and he's got all kinds of pictures of her on his. Same mentality. So rather than go, oh, look, she's cheating on him, she's cucking him. Yeah, but why? Why is that why is he allowing that? Why does he think that that's a good idea? Why? Well, what rationale does Destiny, or Will Smith for that matter, have with sticking with that chick? That's more interesting to me than going, oh, he's a cook. Christopher, I plan on making a project for making it more palatable without sugarcoating shit for, let's say, an 8th grader audience, but I will have to talk to you in private about it. Okay. Anytime you're ready. Please unblock me. Sammy, thank you very much for that. That's a good one. Here. Please do a show about Jay Waller's leftover women, or just say anal bead. You demand. Thank you very much. Maybe. Would you like me to do that? I'll tell you what, I will put that in my notes right here, and I will talk to Jay Waller about that when we are in Lake Tahoe next week. Rollo does not get enough credit for being the pioneer of the red pill, because Rollo comes from a data evolutionary angle, yes, but not internet. But internet needs more drama and outrage. Yeah. Hey, why is it that Refresh and Fit are so popular? Outrage. They'll be the first ones to tell you that too. Whammon. Must do better for women. Men cry me a river. All right. Thank you for bringing that up, because, sorry. I think, okay. Thank you for bringing that up, because really that's sort of the salient point of this whole entire show today. And that is the whole point. The only reason why Tim Pool was doing this whole video in the first place is because the guy who was writing the original article in Psychology Today was approaching this from the perspective that men need to do better. Men need to get in touch with their emotions. They need to go to mental health. We got to worry about men's mental health. And of course, in that article, which I've read probably like twice now, there's no mention of men offing themselves at 3.5 to 5 times the rate of women. That doesn't enter into that. Men just do better. You wouldn't be offing yourself if you were just trying to be a high value man so that women would like you and would want to continue the species. The entire impetus of that article was not a concern for men. It was a concern for women. I brought this up I was going to put this as a clip, but I will explain to you. The clip that I was going to put up is part of the Ruslan episode that I did with Adam Sosnick. I pointed this out because we were talking about an article, I think he brought up an article. We were looking at it. We were discussing it during the show. And one of the things I said, and I said this, by the way, in Connecticut when I was on with the Savos, and I think with Torsha as well, is that guys who are writing these articles, the guys who write it, I forget the guy's name, but the guy who's doing the Psychology Today thing about the rise of lonely men. The reason that's not a concern for men. It's a concern for women. We need better men. We need to build better betas, because if we don't, women won't have husbands. That's what it comes down to. They don't give two rats' asses about you. They care about the state of women. This is a gynocentric social order. They don't care whether or not they don't care that, men need to be the best versions of themselves. Great. For women. Women most affected. The rise of lonely men, women most affected. That's what this comes down to. And I've said this on several different occasions. The most recent, of course, I think, it was last week, but also on Adam Sosnick's show. And I point this out, and no one has anything to say about it. Absolutely no one. You want to stop a debate. You want to stop a conversation dead in its tracks with women. You say, look, the only reason you want better men, the only reason you want men to man up, the only reason you are interested in the state and the condition of lonely men is because you want those guys to man up so they are more acceptable husbands for women, because they can't find an economically attractive guy. They can't find a guy who's 6 foot tall, 6-figure income, 6-pack abs, 6-inch dick, drives a freaking nice car, whatever. The old guy that you think is getting all the pussy. No, they want that criteria, and not enough guys are cutting the muster for that. They have to share alpha men, and that's what they're really bemoaning. Well, yes, we are moving back to we're in a post-marriage society, and we're moving from this society that was based on marriage and raising children in marriage to a child support based society. We're already there, really, if you think about it. But it's not because fiendish Justin Waller type guys are out there going, yes, I'm going to go and have sex with them. And these girls, finally, my chips come in. No, it's because women want to share that guy. And if they didn't, they can stop. They're the ones who are the quote unquote gatekeepers of sex. If that's the case, then who's doing the selecting? Right? Who? And who are they selecting? Who are they swiping right on? Who's doing the selection? If that's the case, you can only point the finger at women. You don't get to point the finger at men. Not in that scenario. So when we draw attention to it, hey, we need more Justin Wallers in the world. Guys, man up and become more like that. Be more. Make more money. Get your shit together. Break your legs and break your shins. And get taller. I don't know how they do that. That's surgery, right? Find some way to just do better. Do better, men. But they're not concerned about you doing better. They're concerned about women doing better. Doing better with guys there's not enough guys to go around. There's not enough high value guys. They don't care about you. They don't care about your struggles. They just want you to do better because they need those kinds of guys. And really, what does that say? Well, Rollo, who gives a shit? Like, why are you have a problem with this? I don't have necessarily a problem with that. I want you to be aware of where this is coming from. So when guys are like, well, I'm going to be more sexually selective. I'm finally in a position where I've got more money. I'm 36 years old. I'm top of my game. I'm at the peak of my sexual market value. I'm made partner in the law firm. I drive this car. I made X amount of money. I'm still in shape. I'm still good. Right. And then the woman goes, well, you need to get with the more mature woman. You need to get with someone like me. You need to get with somebody who is, who can appreciate you. Who can, you need an equal partner. Fuck you. No, I don't. Because I'm a high value dude and I get to decide who I want. But the thing is that guys writing articles about the rise of lonely men and wanting men to do better, they're not writing that because they want you to have that selectivity. They're writing that because they want women to have more selections. That's why. And you have to accept that. You get there again, like I said, it's unignorable and it stops the conversation dead in its tracks. That's why you want to know why I have a problem with female MRAs? That's why. They're not interested in the plight of men. They're interested in building a brand off MRAs. Men's rights activists, by the way. They're not interested in like the condition of guys. They're interested in the overall condition of women and or building their own brand off of being, I'm an MRA. Name an MRA that's not female besides like say Paul Elam or maybe Dean Esme. Name a brand name. Name one. I challenge you. Christina Hoff Sommers, right? Who knows? What was it? Bettina Ardent, or is that who it is? Or Roma Army, right? Oh yeah. She don't give two shits about men. She's building a brand off of that shit. So is Marnie Wing Girl. She didn't care about you. She cares about the freaking building the brand. Oh, we need better men. Well, and if she did, the first priority is not you getting like having more sexual selectivity, you being a better, being able to vet a girl or anything like that. She cares about the selection of women. That's what it comes down to. All these chicks, the ones who are anyways are trying to, talk about people who are making money off of incels, OnlyFans girls. They don't care about you. Trust me. They don't care. They care about your tips. Your big pay pig. Cappy's so powerful, Rollo's afraid to visit him. No, actually, I just did visit him, asshat. I was just there. At the end of July, I was there with my wife. As a matter of fact, we were in, Rapid City. I've already visited him. Old news. Move on. You didn't know. That's okay. You walked into it. U.S. Intel community was studying the Arab Spring, pointed to the rise of lonely men in Arab communities. Yes, it was already there. It was ready to go. And that's where we're at here in the United States, too, by the way. If they remove porn, if they said, you know what, we're going to make porn illegal. Imagine what would happen. We're going to say, you know what, we're going to go back to making marijuana, pornography, alcohol is going to be regulated, and you don't get to play World of Warcraft anymore. What do you think that would do to society? That's where you need to start. You want better men? Do that. But they would have like a war on their hands. In the UK, they announced the first ever since 1845. Most babies are born from unmarried. I'm going to get to that today, by the way. Thank you very much. Marriage causes divorce. I know that's your theme. In the UK, 40-60 split, 70-30 split is much more common. On divorce, 50-50 because women need extra funds to rehouse her kids. Yeah. Okay. We're going to get to that actually today. Trust me, we'll get to that. God damn it. I got to catch up here. Church of Petrol, pretty sure they'd have you on if you ask. I'm not asking. That's gentlemen, you want to, I'm going to give you a prescription. Never ask to be invited. Wait for the invitation. Don't ask to be put on somebody's show. Ask them. They have to come to you. Okay. That's from here. No, don't ask to go to the party. You've got to get an invitation to the party. Okay. Once they realize that, then I'm happy to go, if that's the case. Send their producer, Sour Patch, a DM on the Bird app. No, I'm not going to do that. Sorry, not sorry. Do you think it would have changed anything if both you and your wife stayed together unmarried? It's a good question. My parents have been unmarried for 47 years and never broken up. Now things might be a bit culturally different in France. I would only say that the only difference I can think of is sort of like a logistical differences. Like I would probably still want to get married anyways at some point. Like you say, okay, well, you're going to hold off for another 3 or 4 years. All right. But like if I'd never got married to her, legalistically speaking, I'm still common law married. So And then we have a kid together. So we're still more or less married. Would it be like, oh, you can just pick up and go and fuck whoever you want? Well, you're still in a state of monogamy. So really the difference is the legal ramifications of it. You're making you're like an upbeat Wheat Waffles today. Oh, thanks. Well, Wheat Waffles is tricking you. If you're the older guy with the bod and money, not millionaire. Yes. Well, was it? I think it was Ed Lattimore who said this. He said, like, the older you get, the more being in shape is a flex. Let that sink in. Hello, Sarah, one of my sister wives. Here late, but wanted to support the cause. Thank you very much. You always do. Go talk to Tori. She wants to talk to you. Predictions on when a lonely woman viral article 5 years from now. Well, they're already out, actually. Certainly by 2030. Oh, what's this? You're only as good as your weakest link on your team. The betas getting married today made us overall stronger. They did, but only because they were incentivized to try to find some way to solve their reproductive problem. We don't do that anymore. Missouri man, why would lust be considered a deadly sin if men are built to want to constantly reproduce with women? Because, well, okay, let me read the rest. Is it a test for men? No. Thank you for your work. You have changed my perspective on many things. Okay, so why would lust be? Okay, so because lust is, I could make a case for lust if I wanted to. Why is that a deadly sin? Well, primarily because there's a lot of social ramifications. Okay, like if you're just banging anything on two legs, you can say, oh, okay, well, it's sexually transmitted diseases. Oh, it's unintended pregnancies. Oh, it's, jealousy. There's the jealousy factor. So there's a lot of things that you want to avoid by social conditions that you want to avoid by encouraging quote unquote lust. Honestly, I think lust is a necessary element to a successful marriage. I think lust is a necessary element to a healthy relationship. You have to have a healthy amount of lust for the person that I lust after my wife. Still want to bang her, right? Still want to get after it. Oh, well, that's love. No, not when I'm at it. We're not going to get into details, but I think there could be a case much not unlike the case for for dark triad personality traits. I think that lust is like controlled lust. Is actually a net benefit. It's a feature, not a bug. Women want to feel sexy. They want to feel desire. They want to feel lusted after, and they want to feel lust for the guy that they're with, a worthy guy. I don't have any problem with lust. It's just like when it gets out of control, right? When it's like that's what defines you. That's a difference. Like I think a lot of guys who don't get laid think of lust in ways in sort of like the negative connotations. And I think and by the way, here, the reason for that is because the idea that the top 4.5% of guys can basically go out and bang at will, right? Those are the guys that women would rather share. That's a Pookism, by the way. That's not from me. Pook on the old SoSwap forums. His quote is that women would rather share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. We are seeing that live in real time here on this show. We're seeing that live right now with the advent of social media, with the advent of Tinder, with the advent of, you name it, Instagram. Go out in the clubs. You don't even have to necessarily be on Tinder. You can go to the clubs and the girl says, oh, let me see if you're cool enough to follow my Instagram. Oh, you are? Okay, great. Well, it's all about the high value guy. Now, there's lots of ways that guy can be high value. If that woman is taken care of, she's got some sugar daddy or something like that. She doesn't want to fuck him, but she likes the resources and everything that he delivers. She's still going to go fuck the pool boy. She's still going to go after the guy who's the hot guy in the foam cannon party. She's satisfying hypergamy from either side. So you've got that. If you got guys out there that are doing that or that are enjoying the benefits of where we're at right now, as far as like hypergamy and alpha fucks and beta bucks, well, it behooves the guys who are in the 80% to demonize lust, to demonize their ability to outclass them in the sexual marketplace. And by the way, that's been going on not just now, but throughout human history. How do you get a society of guys who outclass other guys to behave themselves, to leave some bitches for us so that we can solve our reproductive problem? Well, how do you do that? You convince those guys through the high value Justin Waller types that one man, one woman, and that's how it's got to be. Oh, it's New Testament. Okay, fine. Okay, Jesus said, whatever. One man, one woman. We got to get back to basics here. Adam and Eve. Yeah, but functionally, societally, it makes better sense because it motivates the beta men to have something to fight for and something to sort of produce and be more industrious, to be more productive, right? But you can't do that if there's no hope for you actually, like by doing those things, being industrious and creative and innovative and everything else. If there's no hope that you're going to get some pussy at the end of that, it's like pussy at the end of the rainbow. If there's no chance of you getting that, then why are you incentivized to do anything? That's really what Tim's been complaining, or not Tim, but the guy who's writing the article is all hot and bothered about. Yeah, it stifles innovation when guys are sedated. But it also stifles innovation when it's hopeless. Why would I want to have kids? Why would I want to, increase the fertility rate? Why would I want to do anything like that? Because I have no incentive to do it. I'll just go extinct. It doesn't matter. Everything is dust. It's all dust. All is dust. Thousand suns, right? All is dust. We came from dust. We're going back to dust, and my life is meaningless. You want to know why you got like Jordan Peterson crying over freaking, guitarists in Nashville, and I will show you that video soon. When you got him like, oh, what's the meaning of life? What's meaning? Fuck, you think the guys building like the Sistine Chapel cared about that? It was already set. They knew what it was. It's concrete. Let's go. Because they knew they were going to get pussy. They knew there was going to be a woman. One man, one woman. Soulmate myth, right? I got to find that girl. She's out there. She's perfect for the one perfect girl for me. If you can teach the society that, and to teach like the Justin Wallers of the world. Sorry, Justin, I keep using your name. But the top 4.5%, if you can convince them to be on board with what the rest of the 80%ers are believing too, yeah, lust becomes demonized. Lust becomes a sin. That's why. It's a control. It is a social control. Oh, Rollo's giving away the game. Yes, I am. All right, Jimmy in Dallas, did I get to you? I think I got to you. No, I didn't. Hold on. I got to go back. Sorry, I got to scroll back because when I got started, then 700 more comments came in. Thank you for watching, by the way. Chemo. Did I get to Chemo? How far up is he in the scrub? Oh, okay. I got Chemo, and then I got one more. Is there another dude? Miles. Sorry, I'm looking for Miles' comment. This is what happens when I don't pay attention to this. This is why I need a Chris Pogson, by the way. Okay, so that's the Deadly Sin one. And let's get, okay, from here on out, I'm only going to answer 20s, but I will get to the rest of these. I'll clear these out, and we're only going to do $20 ones. And not because I'm a greedy fuck. It's because it slows the show down, as you can see. Such as it is. Chemo. Okay, Chemo. Here we go. To the last supper chatter. So what if people make a living off of it? You can't. Last super chatter. You can't do everything for free, man. Yeah. Well, I can only give so much. I give away a lot of shit, by the way. They get to make a living off a passion. Okay, that's good. Thank you for that. That's actually a good take, I think. And let's see, keep going. All right. Don't give me any more because I'm not going to get to them right now. We'll wait till the next segment here. Jimmy in Dallas, if you read Will's memoir with a red pill lens, you will get physically angry when you see Will Smith get to Jada's 40th birthday party. Yeah, man, because he thought that was going to like balance her out in some way, and it really didn't. Tariel? Dr. Xavier. Destiny said any man would let his girl be with other men if she was beautiful enough. And you were ugly enough. Yeah. Well, she's gorgeous. I don't want to just keep her all to myself. Said 1% women in looks should get the perks. Does he think his fiance is in the 1% of looks? I would love to see that. What we think is 1%. Sounds like the rationale of a guy like Jack Murphy. Keep providing tools for folks who want to better themselves. Thanks for everything. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, King. Here, you get one of these for that. Anybody with a Lions Ave gets one. Marty. Yeah, I know. Marty Wing Girl. Hey, guys. Do you get in this problem? Do you want to get laid? Here's why she won't fuck you. Dave Jones says, Davy Jones. Hello, Rollo. Rollo, hello. Considering rather be right than happy or happy. Okay. It's just it's a hard choice. Feels like neither gives you peace, contempt or listless. Okay. Would you rather be right or would you rather be happy? That's the ignorance is bliss versus would you rather know the truth? I will always say, I think this is a Rage Against the Machine lyric, but it's like if ignorance is bliss, then slap the smile off my face. Maybe that's a quote from someone else. I'm going to opt for truth because I can hopefully work within a truthful, objective paradigm so that I can get to happiness. And the other part of that is happiness is not a state. It's not a sustainable state. Happiness is a process, not the state. Not a realizable, maintainable state. Thank you very much for that too, Ryan Bark. Woof, woof. Akashic Records reader Rollo, what is fresh and fits angle on having a loser like Destiny who embodies everything they talk bad about? The guy contradicted everything they said to the girls on the show. Why? Cringe. Okay, well, look at what his view can. Look at what his engagement is. Look at the. Here's why. They got up to 32,000 live views. They got up to Tim Pool level, just about Tim Pool level live views on that. It was a freaking bonanza. That's why. Now, should they have held his feet to the fire a little bit more? Yeah, they could. They should have done the same thing. And this is just my hot take. They should have done the same thing with Michaela, but they're not going to do that. Right? I understand the diplomacy that needs to take place in those things. Would they do the same thing on H3 on their territory with Hassan and Ethan Klein staring at him across the studio? Would they do the same thing? I don't know. But I will say this is that from a business perspective, yeah, I can totally understand why that was a big deal. People, dude, you got to understand there was like almost 5,000, maybe 6,000 people in the waiting room, and they waited over like an hour and a half to see that show. That's why. I mean, and I understand. I get it. I wish things would have happened a little bit differently because it seemed like a lot of apologetics was going on. That's my only gripe. And then again, Sneeko is still sort of like a white belt in Red Pill, and he needs to sort of like level up again before he goes out, before he accepts debates from these guys. He's outclassed by a guy like Destiny. I will give Destiny his props. He definitely outclassed Sneeko. He wouldn't outclass me, probably wouldn't outclass Myron, but like again, keeping things going. Honestly, I got more out of the after hour show with both of them on than I did with the actual interview, which was, really the highlight, was the main event that night. So, Terrell, have you talked about Spain's yes means yes law? No, I haven't, but would you like me to? I could do that. I'm not going to talk about it now. I do know what you're talking. Again, something else that shows up in my feed. The seed that needs to be planted is that it's unethical to force men to include women in the workplace in the same way it's unethical to force a woman to have sex with a man. Well, thank you for the take. I don't see that happening, but all right. I understand the need. Samishi, love for Ned. No, woof woof. Ned in the head. I don't have the other camera set up. He is in here though. Shout out to the all Red Pill holders. Yeah. By the way, Connecticut was actually a really fun time. I enjoyed myself thoroughly. Lasan and L3. Thank you. Yes. Put the L in and they are losers. That's what the L means. Shout out to Hong Kong. Dirty Mike. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Who did I miss? Oh, I think I got it. All right, everybody's up. All right, no more Bush League. That's the last one. There you go. Now we got to get onto this because I'm almost at the 3-hour mark. We're going to talk about Louise Perry. Louise Perry. I'm going to let her explain to you like who she is. She's a feminist who's sort of coming around to thinking differently. She's still a feminist, but now she's a red pill. Can you be a red pill feminist? Is that a possibility? Can you be? Wow. She's actually come to terms with the sexual revolution not being actually all that it's cracked up to be. Let's add her to the stream.
Up at some conservative conclusions.
This is on
Although not all, but some. In the sense that I think that the sexual revolution from the get-go had downsides for women. You know, not to say that anyone designed it. It's not a conspiracy. You know, it's a culmination of a lot of different historical accidents and individual behavior and whatever. But
all right, well, I agree with her there. I put this out. People want to tell me, oh, it's the Rothschilds or it's the Rockefellers. It's the evil elves. You know what I'm talking about? It's the Illuminati that started feminism. It's a social engineering plot so that evil Moloch worshipping, baby eating, Jeffrey Epstein Island going Illuminati can control your mind and control population. And no, I do agree with her. We got the apple that fell off the tree of knowledge. And in this case, that happened to be hormonal birth control, which triggered the sexual revolution. Was that something inspired by the Rockefellers? Was that something inspired by the lizard people? Was that, thank you for that. Was that inspired by the elves? You know what I'm talking about. No, it's not. In fact, it's worse. It's us. We've met the enemy and it is us.
The common narrative that you'll hear a lot nowadays is I think that people are starting to recognize, including feminists of all different strains, are starting to recognize that there are problems with the sexual culture, recognizing, for instance, the fact that porn is really grim, a lot of young people are really unhappy, not having happy sexual relationships, all of this. I think that pretty much across the board everyone agrees. What everyone disagrees on is the cause of it. And a common narrative that you'll hear is from feminists or from progressives is that the sexual revolution was a great idea and it was a way of counteracting centuries of oppressive patriarchal repression.
No, it wasn't. I understand that like progressives and feminists and people who buy into the gynocentric social order would like us all to believe that, because that's the easy answer. See, well, it must have been the horrible oppressive patriarchy and we needed change. No, actually the sexual revolution was the result of hormonal birth control. End of story. Start again. It's the only thing that triggered it. The only reason why you know who Betty Friedan is and Gloria Steinem and all that shit that was going on back then in the good old days. And boy, are we going to have some data here in just a second. The reason that happened was not because everybody got, hey, ladies, let's all get together. Hell, if it was left up to the little ladies on the college campuses in the 60s with the mini skirts and the great music that was going on in Woodstock, boomers would probably not be where they're at today were it not for one simple invention, hormonal birth control. And what did that do? It gave complete reproductive control to one sex for the first time in history. That's what it did. That was the cause of the sexual revolution. That's what paved the way. That's what opened the door. The logical extension, the logical outcome of hormonal birth control, putting sexual, control, reproductive control into the hands of women was what triggered the sexual revolution. Not the patriarchy, not some need for change, not because feminists were fed up and they were just grinding their teeth. It's because women could now say, I'm going to take this pill. I can fuck whoever I want to, and I don't have to worry about getting pregnant. That's the real reason.
And the problem is just that we haven't fully implemented it. The original idea to free everyone, to prioritize freedom above all other values was fabulous. The problem is that we haven't quite yet done it. We need more freedom. We need to push that freedom lever again and again and again until everything comes right. And I think that was the error. I think actually freedom is not the preeminent value. I think it has to be balanced against other values.
Like what?
Like restraint.
Oh, we don't like that word in the 21st century, do we?
We don't, no. I mean,
we didn't like that word in the mid-70s.
I mean, I guess the point that I'm coming at this that makes it particularly a feminist argument is I think that male restraint is the really important thing, which no one wants to hear.
Well, actually, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've certainly in terms of me growing up, the idea that men have to restrain themselves, particularly in relation to women.
Yeah.
I mean, as part of the trad sort of way of thinking, that is, you don't hit girls, for example, right?
Yeah.
Because we can be as equal as we want, but there's certain things that we respect about each other's differences that we don't treat each other exactly the same and everything.
Right.
You know what I mean? And there's other things that you do with women that you don't do with men and vice versa. That was, but like you say, that can be experienced by some people as taking us backwards.
Yeah.
So how does that circle get squared or the square get circled or whatever it is?
Okay, I don't even know. What's the guy's name? Who even knows? right? He does make a valid point here, okay? But he's making, I don't think he realizes the point he's making. Is that women want old order chivalry. They want old order restraint. They want old men to be still be men, but they want them on their terms. That's why. Well, we want, don't hit a girl. Don't, it was equal rights and equal lefts, right? But we've taken that to the nth degree today where we said men can be women and women can be men. That's where that's on steroids, right? I mean, it's 1970s feminism. Oh, it's all about equality and we need men to be more restrained. No, this is a common argument that foolish feminists believe, okay? Feminism would work if men were just more cooperative. If men could just find fat chicks arousing, then feminism would work. If men could just like stay, I want to have sex, but I'm not going to. I'm going to restrain myself. I'm no fap, right? If they would just restrain themselves, if they would just have more self-control, then feminism would work. Sure, wouldn't it? Oh, it's because of no, it's not because of that. It's because of unrestraint on the part of women. It's because we have given women carte blanche, really progressively, incrementally, since hormonal birth control. That was what triggered all of this, and I'll prove this to you in just a moment. But the idea that men need to be more self-constrained, and it's because of if men would just behave differently, if men were just better. Hell, even Dr. Buss in what Men Behaving Badly. Oh yeah, well let me tell you what. Here's male and female nature, but men need to be more self-controlled. Bullshit. When we talk about when Tim Pool was just talking a minute ago, and we're talking about how women are spoiled for choice today. Yeah, here's your control. Know that you're a beta. Here's your control. Stop catcalling me because I wouldn't want to fuck you anyways because you're an 80%er. You're sexually invisible to me. Go die in a corner. That's self-control. That's the control that they're looking for. Oh, either that or make yourself better because we really need you to be better because we need better men to fulfill our life's purpose. There's not enough guys to go around. Oh, better self-control. Who? Like a 4.5%er guy, like a player, like a Justin Waller, like a Jason Momoa, like a Andrew Tate. If these guys could just get under self-control and just stick to one woman, then feminism would work. By the way, I've had this conversation before. But these conversations, like I say, come back in cycles. This is exactly what I've talked about with Dalrock back in I think 2014, 2015. It's feminism would work if men would just cooperate. Well, here we are, and it ain't working because perhaps, as you've expressed, feminism is anti-nature. It goes against the natural order. Perhaps patriarchy is a more balanced system than gynocentrism. Perhaps that works because you still want the guy to be, open the doors for you and still want that old order privileges of being a woman, but you want new order privileges when it comes to, I want to be in an equal partnership with a guy who's way, way above me with the Patrice O'Neill thing, right? You want a guy who's taller than you, better than you, stronger than you, makes more money than you, is more educated than you, has all, is essentially your superior in life, but you want him to have the self-control to believe that he's your equal or you're his equal. That's the fantasy. That's the fulfillment of the feminist ideal. To have the guy, to have the apex alpha guy believe that, and sustainably so, you want to make a bitch happy, sustainably so, stay that way and believe that we're in an equal partnership. I respect your opinion, honey. What should we do now? That's the expectation. That's the cooperation that she's talking about.
I really hard not to use words like backwards and forwards, actually.
Yeah.
Because sort of what I'm saying, which is, I guess, quite radical, is that the whole idea of progress, I think, is nonsense. I don't use the word progressive to describe myself, even if I agree with people who call themselves progressives on some things. I don't use that word because I think the whole idea of history having a shape is absurd. It's derived from Christianity, actually, in a way, like the we're all headed to the kingdom of heaven ultimately. I think that history is just about change and trade-offs. And even if you can sometimes identify some things that have clearly got better and are likely to get better, something like infant mortality, let's say, none of it's guaranteed. And I think that what the sexual revolution represents is not progress. It's just a change primarily driven by technology and by changes in the economy and by, in all other ways, material changes on which the ideological changes are built. And yeah, I don't think that the simplistic narrative is right. And I don't think vocabulary like backwards and forwards actually illuminates anything. I completely agree with you that it is very common in all other societies but our own pretty much, this idea that it's chivalry is what you're describing, right? This horribly old-fashioned and unfashionable word, chivalry.
Old order thinking.
Which has mostly been thrown out because obviously, there are good things that come with it, but there are downsides too. It can be patronising, it can be, enfeebling women in various ways. But I think it was a terrible error to throw it out completely. Because when it comes down to it, men and women are different in some really important ways. And I think we have to find ways of negotiating that rather than denying it.
Okay. What she's asking for here, and then I'm going to take this out because I'm about to ruin this girl. Okay. You want me to go savage? You want me to go barbarian? I'm about to go barbarian. Okay. But before I do, notice what she's doing here. Do you guys catch what's going on here? And this is like on a societal level. Now, you've heard me speak about this before in the past, is that women have no problem with cognitive dissonance, especially when either one of those cognitive dissonance, like holding two conflicting ideas at the same time. Thank you, Shady, for that. Slim Shady. Woo. Holding two conflicting concepts or worldviews, beliefs, whatever, and holding them at the same time, even though one contradicts the other. And when people point it out, it's like you're forced into sort of this position of like really sort of an existential crisis, but like understanding what those are. Women have no problem with holding two conflicting values or two conflicting beliefs or two conflicting concepts if one of those leads to the betterment of or fulfilling their hypergamous ideal. Okay. If it means that woman gets a better, thank you very much. There you go. Jimmy and Dallas, keeping Ned off the pole. Keeping Ned off of OnlyFans. But if one of those leads to that woman bettering herself in a hypergamous state, alpha fucks or beta bucks, if one of those leads to the betterment of that woman at that particular time when she needs that, she is happy to go with either one. That's exactly what she's going through right now. In fact, she's describing it on a societal level. Okay, chivalry. We want chivalry. We want the doors to be open for us. We want men to man up and protect, provide, and be parentally invested in us unconditionally, whether we're fat, we're not, we're old, whatever. Doesn't make any difference. We still want the benefits of marriage, but we want an equal partner. We don't want you to be the head of the household. We don't want you to defer to your authority, but we want you men to have all the responsibilities of the old order, but none of the authority that was inherent in a patriarchal society. That is why patriarchy is a better way of organizing society than a gynocracy. That's why, because it's only one-sided. Feminism is one-sided. It is female supremacism is what it is. It's a hate movement, but it's also a supremacism movement. Men should fall in line and give us old order stuff when we need it, and new order respect and defer to authority. We want the new order privileges and the old order responsibilities from men, and we need it now, because if we don't, then we're gonna have to deal with these incels. We're gonna have to deal with the rise of lonely men. We're gonna have to deal with the fallout, which is, by the way, which is coming. You want to know why porn is ubiquitous and free and streaming in 4K? That's why. Because if it wasn't, we would be having a much different conversation, me and Tim Pool. But that's why. It's the cognitive dissonance. She's trying to circle the square the circle, whatever it is. Because she understands that women today still want men to be beholden to that old order responsibility, but in the meantime, they still want the new order privileges and the luxury beliefs, really, that come along with the new order. Right? But we still want men to be men. We still want you to man up, but only when we need you to. It's toxic masculinity until we say it's not. So just shut up, because if you say anything about it, you're mansplaining. We got to silence you in the first place. And then second of all, if you aren't serviceable when we need you to be serviceable, then you're not giving us the old order respect that we demand from you and the old order responsibilities that we demand from you, while at the same time, we're still equal partners. and we're in an egalitarian relationship, one or the other. That's why I kept saying, like when women like say, as a woman, let me tell you what women think. And then in the next sentence, it's, that's not all women are like that. They're not all these ratchet hoes that Fresh and Fit get on there, right? It's one or the other. You don't, that's cognitive dissonance right there. It's like, okay, well, you speak for all women. So generalities, these are general truths that happened to me. And this is my personal experience. So as a woman, all women are like this, but not all women are like that, because they're not all 304s like those girls who contradict that cognitive dissonance. You want to know why women have a problem with the girls on Fresh and Fit? Because it forces them to deal with that cognitive dissonance. So really what she's saying is that, boy, it would be so great if men would just cooperate with this, but it's still the want for the old order She wants patriarchy, but she wants it in a measure with a collar and a leash on it. She wants it when it's convenient, and she doesn't want it when it's not convenient. That's what I said about masculinity. When we talk about toxic masculinity, toxic masculinity is a manifestation of this mentality right here. It's toxic when it's inconvenient to me. It's toxic when men think they're all that. It's toxic when I can't get what I want. But when the floodwaters start rising and the house is on fire and I need a man to break down the door with his physical strength and save the baby from the burning building, then masculinity is not toxic at all. Yay! Right? So then it's on a sliding scale. It's toxic for one thing, and it's not toxic for another. No, masculinity is masculinity. End of story. Period. Stop. Full stop. And you don't get one without the other. That's the cognitive dissonance that's going on right here. So when she's trying, it's this conflict between chivalry and the way we are now, which has been going on really since the sexual revolution. Thanks. Which is exactly the contradiction that Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan and all the militant feminists of the late 60s and early 70s talked about as well, and didn't care. Meanwhile, the divorce machine is ratcheting up. Meanwhile, marriages are like falling in the shit or down to the lowest level they've ever been, like, which is where they are right now. What I would say, if I had Louise Perry on there, Louise, if you're watching, here's what I would say. Patriarchy was a much better system of organizing society. It's a more naturalistic system for sure. And in an idealized state, right? You want an idealized feminism where guys will cooperate and make feminism a much better place. Well, here's the thing. In an idealized state of patriarchy, you've got men who are in control, that have authority, they're the head of the household. They're the ones that you defer to for your life. You trust them with your lives. But there was a balance. Men still had to be responsible, very responsible in a patriarchal society. It had to be. Even if you look at classically patriarchal societies like Muslim societies right now, I hear this from like Abu American all the time. He's got 4 wives, but he's responsible for all 4 of those wives and all the kids that he produces, because that's what the religion says. Sikhs, same thing. Like, it depends on like the culture, I guess. They're very like locked in to the responsibilities that this is what a man does and this is what you're responsible for. And if you're not responsible for your kids, if you're not responsible for your wife, you're not a man. You're a fuck up is what you are. And there was at least a checks and balances under a patriarchal society, right? You had responsibility as a man to your family, your friends, to everything else, to duty, to country, to tribe, to whatever. You had all this responsibility, but you had a commensurate authority so that you could exercise that fucking responsibility. That's what she's complaining about right here. Well, we want men to be responsible. We want men to better themselves and amp themselves up, but we're not going to give them the authority to exercise the responsibility of manning up. You want to know why these guys don't see any incentive, or they want to be better guys, like the guy who wrote that article for the Psychology Today. Why is that a thing? Because men don't have any authority. No one's deferring to them. No one's saying, where are we going to go, honey? What are we going to do? You're the one you're the head of the household. You're the one who's the primary breadwinner. You're the one who I married because I want you to be in the driver's seat. That doesn't happen now because we've systematically, over the course of several generations, really since the boomer generation, is we've taught women that men are untrustworthy. They're evil, or they're bums, or they're deadbeat dads, or they're Homer Simpsons, right? They're the laughable but funny dad who needs mom to save him from himself, or they're borderline abusive, or they're incompetent. So yeah, of course they're looking for the top tier guy. Of course they all feel like they're entitled to that guy, because for most of their lives, they've had to prepare themselves not to depend on a guy because they're all untrustworthy and assholes and incompetents or fat, funny dads. That's your choices. You don't get Justin Waller, you get Homer Simpson, you get Everybody Loves Raymond, and you get the abusive guy from, I don't know, from Sex Life, right? Or whatever. You're never going to be happy. You're always going to be pining for the one that got away. So why bother? You know, remember, you know, when Steven Crowder's talking about how women are the gatekeepers of sex and men are the gatekeepers of commitment. No. Here, let me update that for you, Steven. They're the gatekeepers of both because they don't need a man. They want a man. You are incorrect. You have that completely ass backwards. Women don't need men. Well, how do we know that? Well, because they're getting degrees and they're in the workforce, and what they're doing is they are preparing themselves for a lifetime of not having a guy. That's why when women say, "Oh, well, Rollo, I did everything the right way. I'm 36 years old. I can't find a guy, but I got my business on point. I made a lot of money. I'm still kind of in shape. I'm getting fat." Lolo Jones, right? I got to freeze my eggs. You know, I got to do all this stuff. What do I do? How do I get a man? You get in touch with your feminine because you've masculinized yourself for so long. Well, how do I do that? Well, you feminize yourself up. Well, I mean, I got to dumb myself down. That's what they equate it with. So when women don't want to do that, they go, fuck that, man. I earned my stripes. I'm going to do what I want to. And a man better show up and he better be my equal, even though he's like above me and makes more money and is taller than me and yada, yada, yada. And that's the only thing that will do. And they think they are entitled to that, courtesy of, you know, the internet and social media and you go girlism and all that other shit. But under patriarchy, the guy has responsibility. He's not untrustworthy. At least the guys that are worthwhile. The guys who, like I told Ruslan, I said, you know, marriage and monogamy, socially enforced monogamy in whatever form, has been the bedrock of Western civilization for ages, for centuries, if not millennia. Right? So, but how did that work? Well, the man had authority. He was responsible for his kids, but he had the authority to correct them. He was responsible for his wife, but he had the authority to correct her. He was responsible for his family and for his dogs and his livestock and for his farm or whatever the hell, his business, whatever the fuck he was doing. He still had the authority to affect change and to make that responsibility come to pass. Now we have the paradox. We have the cognitive dissonance. I want a man to be a man. I want him to be chivalrous and open the doors for me. What happened to those guys? Like Jedediah Bila, same thing. I want a guy who's a fine Southern gentleman like Justin Waller. He's got everything, man. He could dresses right, and he can country dance like nobody's business. Right? But you ain't gonna lock that guy down. You will never lock him down. He has authority and he's responsible enough. Right? He's a good dude. But you ain't never gonna get like you are most definitely. I mean, you could share him, but you ain't gonna lock him down. That's not gonna happen because he is few and far between. And I'm using him as an example. Like that's the apex fallacy, right? But that's the apex is the only thing that will do. And the reason why you're where you're at right now is because you believe it's the cognitive dissonance of allowing men to have the authority they need to affect responsibility. Got it? Now, let's continue just a little bit more because I'm going to ruin her day.
That it might well be that it's all gone a bit too far. Do you know what I mean? Like it started off, you know, like progressivism, liberalism, and it had these noble values. And then you end up at a place where you talk about how men and women are the same. And you go, well, that's just scientifically nonsense.
Yeah.
It's also the logical endpoint of that thinking, though, I think. I mean, this idea of equality, this idea of sameness, right, rather than something like justice or fairness or other terms that you might use, I think that there are circumstances in which it makes sense. You know, I think that saying, for instance, women should have access to the professions is just
quality of
I don't think anyone's going to really argue with that as being an important source of equality. A few would, not people I'm friends with, right?
Yeah.
that's fine, voting rights, all of this sort of stuff. The problem is that those battles have been won. They've been won a long time ago now. And what we've ended up with in recent decades has been a push towards, a more radical push towards sameness, even to the extent of denying the existence of physical differences between the sexes, even to the extent of denying the existence of sexual dimorphism. It's all got quite crazy, right? And I think the problem that we're now coming up against is we've reached the kind of bedrock of biological difference, having chipped.
No, what we've reached is a point in time in the 21st century, 21 and a half years into the 21st century, where those differences are unignorable. And the cognitive dissonance of wanting the old order man versus having the new order privileges of this equality are conflicting with one another. And that's why you're having sort of this existential crisis. Well, really, feminism, gynocentrism is having this existential crisis. So when I say something like, oh, Carl Jung gave some, he had some contributions to the world, but his anima-animus theory, the feminine and the masculine, is bullshit. Or when I say Marxism is a dead meme, is a dead way of thinking about things, it's because that was founded on an understanding of human nature that doesn't exist. Easily disprovable in the 21st century. Feminism, gynocentrism, easily disprovable in the 21st century. Look at the blank slate, easily disprovable in the 21st century. And now it's unignorable. Guys like me are going to rub your nose in it. We're not going to make these great giant million sub channels over it. But you're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. I'm going to rub your noses in it.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
Right. Thank you. Again, it's cognitive dissonance, and they're being forced to understand this or forced to struggle with this because she, at least to her credit, she's becoming self-aware of of that cognitive dissonance because the differences between men and women are unignorable right now.
Away a lot of sort of, to mix my metaphors, having taken all the low-hanging fruit in terms of like providing women with access to public life, we reach the point where actually we can't quite make everyone the same. Even if you can sort of pretend to. I mean, this is a thing about the modern world. We live in a very, very different way from our ancestors, right? And I think that much of what we see historically as feminist progress can be attributed to material changes, right? So one of the really important ways in which we differ from our ancestors is that male physical strength doesn't mean very much anymore. It doesn't matter very much.
Until it does. Remember the video I put out there or actually it wasn't me, it was Poor Man's Podcast did the montage of women competing with men. Now it does. It does in let's see, female swimming, when a transgender man is the number one swimmer on planet Earth, or a female swimmer on planet Earth, then it does. It makes a difference when we put women into combat roles. It makes a difference when we say, oh, don't worry, we'll lower the standards for firemen, fire persons. And women can't break down the door because they simply don't have the body mass. Then things change. Then we are forced to wake up. It is when reality crashes headlong into ideology, emotionalism. It's when empiricism smashes headlong into emotionalism. That's it. Who do you want? Bring him. Bring it. Who? Bring it. I'll be happy to. Who you want me to talk to, asshat? I'll be happy to. Who are we even talking about?
You live in an agricultural industrial society. Obviously, the fact that men are so much bigger and stronger than women is hugely important. If you live in a knowledge economy or service economy, it doesn't really matter. We can all work in like gender neutral.
Absolutely matters because
there's certain things that you
don't get a knowledge economy without without industry, without fabrication. You don't get that. You don't get a computer if guys aren't. You don't get the lights to come fucking on. So we're not just in a knowledge economy. We're in a much, much larger, much more complex, a society than that.
Respect about each other's differences, that we don't treat each other exactly the same and everything.
Right.
You know what I mean? And there's other things that you do with women that you don't do with men and vice versa. That was,
yeah.
but
push it up a little bit more.
I completely agree with you that it is very common in all other societies but our own pretty much. This idea that I mean, it's chivalry.
Okay, let's keep going. Sorry, I kicked it back a little bit. I shouldn't have done that.
From our ancestors, right?
Okay, here we go.
And I think that much of what we see historically as feminist progress can be attributed to material changes, right? So one of the really important ways in which we differ from our ancestors is that male physical strength doesn't mean very much anymore. It doesn't matter very much. If you live in an agricultural industrial society, obviously the fact that men are so much bigger and stronger than women is hugely important. If you live in a knowledge economy or service economy, it doesn't really matter. We can all work in like gender neutral offices and not really notice the differences between us. Similarly with the pill, which I argue in the book is like the technology shock, which explains so much of this history. If you can delay childbearing or if you can forego it altogether, again, you can just operate in the world pretty much as like a man. You know, you might not even go to the gym. You might have like literally no sort of encounter with the existence of male physical strength. It's quite hard to like go into a powerlifting gym and not notice, right? But in general, you can go through life not observing these differences, and it almost becomes plausible to think that gender is fluid and that all of this is just this like backwards ideas that for some reason our ancestors believed. But that's an illusion. And I think it's very brittle, and it's built on technology, which is actually remarkably new. And I think it's that newness. I mean, women were not able to suspend their fertility for 99.9% of our species history. You know, this is like 5 minutes ago in historical terms. And I don't think we've really come to terms with it, which is what I'm trying to do in the book.
Okay, so I'm going to fast forward this up a little bit here because I want to get to another part of this. But essentially what she's saying is that like the idea that we don't need guys to be strong, we don't need physicality now, is fundamentally false, simply because we do need that. In fact, that's why women want to get with guys who are 6 foot tall, 6-pack abs, you know, who you know what? Aquaman was a pretty popular movie because it was based on freaking, you know, like your grandma wanted to go see Aquaman because it had Jason Momoa in it, not because, well, we don't need guys to be strong anymore. We don't. It's a knowledge economy. Get the fuck out of here. It's all about it's our ancestral past. It's what our vestiges are when we're like, what are women attracted to? Clearly, it's height. Clearly, it's symmetry. Clearly, it's muscularity. Clearly, it's cues for high testosterone. But we don't want to acknowledge that. The idea that we don't need masculinity only when when it's convenient to us. That is like understanding this shit in a bubble. So I want to throw that out there. I got another 38. Hang on. I got a time cue here that I wanted to push this up to because I want to get to this before I don't. This is where I wanted to go.
Connections and dependency. And I think that my last chapter in the book, and probably my most controversial chapter, is called Marriage is Good, where I make the feminist argument for monogamous marriage as actually of all the systems we've experimented with as the most durable and the most likely to defend the interests of women and mothers in particular.
Back in the kitchen they go.
But to me, the really tragic aspect of all of this is that a lot of these people who would identify as progressives and say there is no difference between men and women, blah, 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 there is a cap on female fertility that men simply don't have.
Yeah.
And once you get to a certain age, it becomes more and more and more difficult. So this idea that you can have it all, you're actually robbing a lot of women of the chance of becoming a mother, which is an awful thing.
Yeah, kind of like Lolo Jones, right? Here's a perfect illustration.
It's surprising, isn't it, how little progress we've made in that regard? Like I say progress advisedly, like the technological interventions which we've tried really hard to use to lengthen the female fertility window. Okay.
The reason why we do that is because we want, as a society, as a gynocentric social order, as I said before, if you want to be a millionaire today, here's your free advice to be a millionaire. Invest your money, invest your time, invest your efforts into any program, any technology, any social imperative that convinces women that they have more time in the sexual marketplace than they actually do. egg freezing. Why is Lolo Jones getting her eggs froze? That because of that? Because she wants more time. I got to find the right guy. Oh, I'm sticking. Why is it that, you got like companies like Tesla and Starbucks and Morgan Stanley and God knows who else? Why are they offering like abortion passports in the face of the new abortion laws, right? Well, we need women to think that they got more time. Like, you got pregnant. Oh, sorry, girl, don't worry about it. We'll give you $4,000. You can cross state lines and go get an abortion and then come back to work. I mean, there's certainly an economic aspect to it too, but the latent function of it is I didn't find the right guy. He's the wrong guy. I'm going to flush his kid. Okay. I've got the morning after pill. Great. Okay. That's another technology. The idea of forestalling or convincing, like, was it fat acceptance, right? Fat shaming, right? Beautiful at any size, beautiful at any weight. It was Paulina Porizakova complaining that she's sexually invisible at 57 years old. That the fact that we have that's even a thing, that's an idea that woman has more time, or woman should have more time in the sexual marketplace, that her sexual agency, the one thing that women have, their only real agency in the world is their sexuality, that ought to be imperishable. It should be a lifelong evergreen thing. So it doesn't matter if she's old. It doesn't matter if she's fat. It doesn't matter if she's not attractive or whatever. It doesn't matter if she's a midget. It doesn't matter if she's whatever. It makes absolutely no difference. You should find her incredibly attractive. And if you don't, you're a product of this patriarchal society that it's designed to keep the woman down. And you don't. It's what's on the inside that counts, right? You should be aroused by fat girls. You should be aroused by whatever we're telling you ought to be. Because if you're not, we have less time in the sexual marketplace. Anything that convinces women that they have more time, that their agency, their sexual agency is evergreen, will always sell, will always make money. The movie will always make money. The book always make money. The ideology, the meme, the technology, freeze your eggs, girl, will make money. Anything that forestalls that inevitable end. I say, you know what? The wall's here. You've hit the wall. Women still don't. I'll never hit the wall. There's plenty of girls who are 34, 35, 36 years old. They're participating in Fitness America pageants, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they are, but not you. And certainly not 75% of the U.S. population of you. Statistically, that's false. And I can prove it to you. And it's unignorable. And that's really what we're getting down to here. It's the wall. The wall, baby. Say the wall. The wall starts here. It doesn't start here. Could, I suppose, but you could hit the wall a lot earlier if it starts here. But the wall starts here. You're no longer able to compete in the sexual marketplace in the way that you used to be able to do so. They named the store Forever 21, not Forever 41. And you know why? Because they want women to believe that they are forever 21. Why is the cosmetic industry so big? Why get into cosmetic surgery, do boob jobs, Brazilian butt lifts? You know why? Because that convinces women that they got more time in the sexual marketplace than they actually do. And what happens is they start complaining about, and if it doesn't go their way, if men aren't cooperating with that plan, then it's your fault. Now, men don't find me attractive. They should. It's all a social construct. Well, you can no longer, what she's talking about right here is you can no longer depend on it being a social construct because it's unignorable. There are physical, mental, psychological differences between men and women, and they are more significant than any psychologist wants to admit. Far more. We're not different animals. I'm not saying we are, but I'm just saying that the caveat has always been this. Well, men and women are different, but we're more alike than we are different. Bullshit. Down to the cellular level, we are different. And there's nothing wrong with that. Embrace, it's a feature, not a bug, right? I mean, we are different. We're complements to one another. Innate, evolved complements to one another. And as soon as we start realizing that, then we can actually look at some sort of change. What are you asking me? Just say thanks for your work, sharing information. Thank you. Well, thank you very much too. Keeping Ned off of OnlyFans. I'm going to let her go just a little bit more, and I'm going to really hit this.
Not very good. IVF is not very good. It actually is surprisingly ineffective.
In vitro fertilization.
Surrogacy is an ethical disaster. Right? All of these efforts to try and tame Mother Nature and basically give people absolute freedom. I mean, because this is what you come down to.
People, no, women.
to in the end eventually. If your preeminent value is,
you know why I say women? Because we still don't have a male form of birth control beyond a freaking rapping the rascal. So yes. Oh, people. No, you. It's on you. Abortion. Well, men don't have a chair at the table. They don't have a uterus, so they don't get to decide. Okay, on you. That's you. All you. Don't say people when you mean women.
freedom, you are at some point going to encounter like biological impediments to your freedom, and you have to try and chip away at them. Like if that's what the ideology directs you to do. And I mean, what that means in practice is sometimes using technology with all of its unintended consequences. As you know, all new technologies have trade-offs. Sometimes using the bodies of poorer people. That's what the surrogacy industry does, right? Or sometimes trying to, master our monkey brains, right? Try and do things which we feel like we ought to be able to do for, whether that be have sex like a man, whatever it might be, and then suffering the emotional fallout from that.
Yes, because women approach sex differently than guys do. That's why. Now it's unignorable. Everything she saw, every come to Jesus. This is a come to Jesus moment for feminists. That's why they hate her, by the way. It's unignorable. Our physical differences. It's empiricism. It's reality smashes headlong into this emotional investment. This is the way things should be. You want to know why Rollo doesn't talk about shoulds? Because shoulds are emotional. Shoulds are, this is what we ought to do. This should be, well, the society would be so much better if we just did this, right? Well, you're in your fields. Maybe that's a best practice. I don't know. But to get to that, you've got to be, I feel like this I feel like this ought to be the way things are. That's why. You want to know, I see, Destiny wants to talk to you. About what? Tell me what? Really? Give me the topic. Give me the topic. What are we going to talk about? Hypergamy? This? What are we going to talk about? Tell me what? Yeah, he's a smart motherfucker. He should be able to tell me what. Anyways, I'm gonna kick her off for now. Let's boot her out real quick. There we go. Now, what she's the whole people through this, they wanted me to opine upon this, so that's what I'm doing. Now, I'm going to show you why it's unignorable, and I'm going to give it to you in no uncertain terms, because the whole thing was supposed to be about why the sexual revolution was a bad thing, or it's like now suddenly we see it as a bad thing. Okay, you've heard me mention on this show several times, and I usually do this when I'm like talking about Jordan Peterson or whatever, but like sexual revolution was the inevitable fallout, the inevitable progression, let's just say, from one invention, hormonal birth control, that only women control. That's how we got abortion. That is only one-sided abortion. That's how we got Title IX. That's how we got, all of the social conditions that happened in the wake of that one very important technological advance. It was I made this case on several podcasts. I did this on Adam Sosnick. I said that hormonal birth control has more deleterious impact, or more impact, let's just say, on humanity than the atom bomb. And I was sticking by that. Oh, we can kill men. We can kill people on an industrial scale with one bomb. Yeah, we can. But I'll tell you this right. But I'll tell you this right now is that there's nothing that has impacted humankind more significantly than hormonal birth control that is one-sided, that is unilaterally controlled by women. Because what it's done is it's placed eugenics in the hands of women. That's why we put women in the workplace. That's why we relaxed social stigmas about sexuality. That's why. Because we could. Guys are like, fuck yeah, let's go. Of course they're going to do that. Of course they're going to react to that. Of course they're going to sell that birthright. Of course, that you want to know where responsibility and authority, where that split happened? It was right in 1965. Sure, no problem. We want to empower women. No problem. Can I get sex easy and not have to worry about pregnancy? Sure. You know what? You go, girl. There's nothing out there. You be an astronaut. There, you can have it all. I still hear this. You can have it all. That's 1970s. That's Gloria Steinem is what that is. Now, you ready for this? Here we go. Why does Rollo always say 1965? What is he? Well, if you trace back anything like hormonal, or it goes back to hormonal birth control, but if you trace back anything like divorce, the decline in marriage, lots of different things, all come back to one point. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. Okay, so, but we have to start. Let me set the stage here for you real quick. And this is going to be the last thing I talk about today. Setting the stage. recently, I have heard these guys, or well, guys too, but like mostly women, they're complaining, or they're going, I can't believe that women could not get a credit card until 1974. Unbelievable how misogynistic, how sexist, how patriarchal that women were not, wives in particular, wives could not get a credit card or were not afforded a credit card until 1974. Unbelievable. Wow, we've come a long way, baby. Okay, got that? 1974. Oh my God, we get a credit card. Now, whenever I hear guys talk about this, they're like, yeah, so they could run up the credit, so they could like get student loans. So yeah, there's the downstream effect of that, but you don't see the upstream effect of that. And I'm about to show this to you. Okay. It was called in 1974, it was the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. Okay? In fact, you know what? Let me just put this on screen real quick. Where'd it go? There we go. Oh my goodness. Now, how is this gonna relate to Louise Perry? Track with me here, please. Can you see that? Let me put that up. I'll make it bigger. Here we go. Equal Credit Opportunity Act. Oh boy. Women have come a long way, baby, in the past century in terms of legal rights, although reality has often fallen short. And by the way, this is from nerdwallet.com. This is a financial thing. When women earned a constitutional right to vote nationwide in 1920, for example, but many continue to be denied that right for decades due to racist state laws, violence, and the lack of availability of bilingual election materials, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Until 1963, which of course was the Equal Rights. Okay. Still, a key step in women's financial freedom came with the passage in 1974 of the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, which granted women the right to obtain credit cards separate from their husbands. Remember that, separate from their husbands. Doesn't necessarily mean they couldn't get it if they were single, right? And you'll understand why here in a moment. The law barred several shady, by our standards, shady practices, including lender discrimination based on race, sex, age, nationality, and or marital status. Before it was passed, women could be denied access to their own credit cards by issuers. Oh darn. Passage of this act wasn't simply a success in gender equality. It was also necessary for practical reasons. Oh yes. Yes, it was. The idea that single women wouldn't be able to obtain credit while making an income was absurd enough. But women who are married and choose to stay at home with children should also be able to establish credit. Because if they don't, then who knows if perhaps the fiendish man might leave her and she would not have credit to feed her children. In the event of divorce or death of a spouse. Divorce. Why would that be significant in 1974? I'll tell you why. You want to know why? I'll tell you why. Let me explain to you why. Here it is, black and white. Now, 1965 is right about when the hormonal birth control came into vogue. Okay. So divorce rate climbs with the use of women using the pill. Wow. Now, I realize that correlation is not causation. However, that's one hell of a correlate right there. So divorce rates spike with the use or the invention of oral contraceptives. Now, look at this. Between, let's say, what about 19? Let's just track it back. 1964 to 1965 to 1975. Let's just go with that. Okay. In that 10-year span, what happened? Okay. Well, the pill comes out. And what happened in the wake of the pill? The sexual revolution. That's when you get things like the free love and the Woodstock and the boomer generation. Everything that defined the boomers back in the day when they were in their 20s was really all a response to the fact that we can fuck now and we don't have to worry about pregnancy, or not as much anyways. Okay. So we're shifting from a World War II or post World War II generation into the baby boomer generation. And so we've got free love, and we've got Woodstock, and we've got we're relaxing our sexual stigmas. Now it's not so much of a shame that a woman has a baby out of wedlock. It's okay. Single mothers. We're going to put women into the workplace. And wow, speaking of which, right around this time, now we have to correlate that data set with this data set. Okay. Now, this is, look, oh my goodness, 1972. That's in that 10-year range. Growth in productivity and hourly compensation since 1948. Post-war, okay, productivity in the United States jumps plus 264% all the way up to 2017. But compensation, real wages, stays almost flat from like 90% to about 115. It just comes up a little bit, probably because of the internet. But look at the compensation versus productivity. And what happened in 1972? Well, that's when women started entering the workforce because they were getting divorced and they did not necessarily need a man. They don't need a man. They want a man. What else was going on at that time? 68 till about 70, 76, 75, right there. That's when the rise of militant feminism came into vogue. And women are saying, you know what? I don't need this motherfucker. I'm going to get into the workplace. So what's the effect? This is the effect. Productivity rises, but mean average wages stay pretty much the same. Got it? Okay, let's keep going. Here we are in the most recent. This was like back in 1990 here, okay? But and somebody mentioned this in the chat earlier. Right now, we are looking at women who are childless by their 30th birthday. Percentage of women remaining childless by age 30 and by age 45, and this is just up to 1990. Okay, this was the first one for the statistics. Now, right now, at least I think this is in the UK, that's England and Wales, okay? But if we look right around, let's see, right around 1966, look at that spike right there. Now, it was already going up as it was, okay? But what prompted it to go even higher? Why is it that we have a fertility rate right now where women who are, I believe this is in the UK, it was just recent, is that is it 50%? I think it's half of all women are maybe even more. Half of all women are having their first child after the age of 30. Again, why is that? Because they can. We're looking at 4 generations now. Boomers, X, millennials, and now Z. Why? Oh, let's keep going. Median age of first marriage from 1890 to present. Oh, look at that. And this is we're back to the United States now. Look what happened right around 1970. Looks like it was on a downswing until we got to 1970-ish, right around 65. That's when the spike starts. Median age. Let's push it out further and further and further. What happened? Children in 1965. Hormonal birth control. Okay, let's keep going. Ready for the next one? Here's your data. Years of marriage divorce rates. Okay, so this is marriage versus divorce. Let's start at the spike right there. World War II ends. Okay, a huge rise in marriage. And of course, when marriage rates rise, divorce rates rise because more people are getting married. Once again, let's look at the stats here. Divorce rate rises at right around 65 to 70, and marriage starts to taper off at the same time that median age of first marriage spikes. So what can we draw? What conclusions can we draw from these data points? Is it because we're just thinking, the sexual evolution was just something, the logical outcome because of technology? Bullshit. Yeah, one technology. We didn't have computers and the internet in 1965. No, okay. So we've already looked at that. Now we got to look at a couple of other correlates here too. In, 1969, we had the very first instance, courtesy of Ronald Reagan, by the way, of no-fault divorce in the state of California. And that triggered a landslide of no-fault divorce cases. And you saw state after state after state adopt no-fault divorce as a standard for them. So it went state by state, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So we go state by state by state, and we've got all this. We've got no-fault divorce as becoming the standard for across the nation at this point. 1969. Why would that be a thing? Why would that be a thing in the face of these stats right here? Why would we want no-fault divorce? Oh, right a year before 1970 and the spike in what? Divorce rates. Okay, what's the next one? Okay, next on the list is let's do that's 1969, 1971. What happened in 1971, children? Do you know economically? Thank you for this, by the way, George Gammon and you guys, my financial guys. What happened in 1971? Come on, guys, crypto guys, financial guys, libertarians. What happened in 1971? 2 years after no-fault divorce. In 1971, the United States went off of the gold standard. So now the US dollar is no longer tagged to a bar of gold somewhere or has some sort of backing to it. That's when we went off the gold standard. Now the US dollar becomes a fiat currency, effectively anyways, becomes a fiat currency. 1971, 69, no-fault divorce. Well, let's go back. Let's backtrack. 1965, hormonal birth control. Right around 68, 69, a spike in divorce and a drop in marriage. 1969, no-fault divorce. 1971, go off the gold standard. We're now on a fiat currency. And what's next? 1972 is when we first started Title IX, which was going to allow women to get into colleges, and it would make things a little bit easier. I mean, Title IX had a purpose back then. Now it's sort of been exploited, and it's like, the devil's brew. However, back then that was part of the game. Title IX, go look it up. It's in colleges. It's meant so that women had an easier time getting into college because they were going to need to get into college because they weren't getting married and they could fuck who they wanted to without worrying about pregnancy anymore. You want to talk about when patriarchy died? It died in 1965 with the advent of hormonal birth control. So now we're at 1972, Title IX. 1973. You guys know what happened in 1973? January 22nd, 1973. Roe v. Wade. That's when we legalized safe and legal abortions in the United States. All in the wake of the sexual revolution. Oh, but let's keep going. So now it's 1973. We have the January 22nd, 1973. That's the rise of the, what was it? That's Roe v. Wade. And then finally, in 1974, we have the Fair Credit Opportunity Act, which is when all of these credit cards or credit card companies go, you know what? The little ladies should have equal rights to the credit that is now fiat fucking currency. And we're going to give it to them because they're going to need that because they're not getting married. They're getting divorced. They're going to school now, courtesy of Title IX. They're getting into the workforce. It's the rise of the productivity, and we're keeping mean wages, average the same. So compensation is still the same. Productivity goes through the freaking roof to where we're at right now. And, well, we got to get these ladies' credit cards in their wallets right fucking now. Of course you do. It wasn't because Gloria Steinem or Ruth Bader Ginsburg fought for your rights, ladies. It's because a credit card company said, fuck yeah, we're going to give you credit. No problem. We got to open that market up. That's why. You know why? Here's why. This is why. This is why you got 2 years later, you suddenly got wives and women and everybody got, post-divorce. Well, God forbid, they get into a divorce and they're going to need credit when they get divorced. Yeah, sure. That's a credit company saying, yeah, sure. No problem, ladies. Anything you want. Oh, let's not forget this one. People are waiting to get married. Okay, I already gave you this. This is today, 2018 anyways. Look at that spike. Where did that spike start? Right around 1965. Such a shame. Oh, can't let this one go. Children under 18 living with their mothers. Oh, look at this. From 1975 all the way up to, 2014. Sorry, I couldn't get too much. Couldn't get it up to 2022. However, figure, okay, so children under the age of 18 living with only their mothers. Remember, not dad, mothers, okay? As a result of what? Of divorce, separated, widowed? Nope. Mother's marital status. Never married. But still living with mom. Look at that spike. When did it start? 1965-ish, 70, somewhere out there, right in the post-sexual revolution era. Those are your stats. What the fuck do you have to say about that? Tell me, bring it. Bring it. I'm happy to discuss this. Okay. Oh, never married. Oh, let's look at this also. Okay. Percent of never married among age 35 and older by sex. Men never marry. Oh, we were just talking about that with Tim. Now this started right around the late 1970s, right? So now all the divorces happened. Marriage has fallen off a cliff, and now we've got never marrieds. And this is, by the way, sorry, this is only up to 2010. I couldn't get more recent than that, but I got it. You want to bring it? Bring it. Oh, and we can't not look at this. The UH College by gender. Okay, here's some real numbers for you. This is in 2020 versus what the estimation or the projected is in 2029. Okay, associate degrees, male to female, bachelor's degrees, male to female, master's degrees, doctorate degrees, right? If you look at these, and then what's the projection right there? Okay. So these are also the end result of this. And meanwhile, men aren't getting laid, and they're not enrolling in college. God knows that they're not like getting their degrees as well when they actually go through that. So again, bring it. This is the result of the sexual revolution. Miss Perry, Louise, can I call you Louise? What do you got to say about that? I do agree with her in one sense. Like she was saying, well, it's because of this technological advance. Yeah. One, hormonal birth control that put the reproductive responsibility of the reproductive authority in the hands of one sex. And yes, she is correct. And so is Jordan Peterson in this sense. We're still the products of this experiment that is ongoing. It's been going on for almost 60 years, just about close to it, 50 years, something like that. 65 to 2022. We're still, like she said, it's a blink of an eye. Yeah, it is. And look at all the shit that's happened since then, especially with the rise of the internet. It's unignorable now. So unignorable that a schmuck like me can go and just drag those graphs and all that data out anytime I want to. As I said, if you want to prove a point, you can't just look at one data set. You have to look at the correlates of it. Sorry, that's me being Mr. Analytical, and it's not going to get you laid on Fresh and Fit. You're not going to make any friends with this shit on Fresh and Fit. All right. Girls aren't going to dig you because of this. But that's where we're at. It's the sexual revolution. Right? Oh, the sexual revolution. Oh, no, it's not. It's not progressives. It's not, we're going to change our belief sets. No, it's the inevitable, logical manifestation, downstream effect from one invention. Should we say, hey, ladies, you can't have hormonal birth control anymore? I would say this. I think more women would lose their fucking minds or would lose their shit if the Supreme Court said, instead of no fault abortions, right? Instead of no abortions, we're going to kick the abortion issue back to the states. Instead of doing that, what if the Supreme Court of the United States said no more hormonal birth control for you? End of story. You would see that would start a war. That would absolutely start a war. We have our belief sets. We have our luxury beliefs, our technology, our understanding of men and women. You want to know why we're still clinging to the blank slate? Because we want to get laid. Because we like guys even to this day still think that that's the easiest way. And if we all get on team woman, then we don't have to worry about pregnancy because she's on the pill. You want to know why is it that there's no male hormonal birth control that is as effective as the female one? Okay. People talking about Vasogel and all that. They're sitting on it. They're fiendishly waiting for the right time to release the male pill. All right? The fact is that we have had so many technological advances. We can plot the human genome and we can't figure out how to make a male pill. We can't figure out how to wrap the rascal in sort of a biomedical way. Probably can. We don't want to. We want things to keep going the way that they are. You know what we want to keep going? Here's what we want to keep going. We want this to keep going. This is why there's no fucking male pill. That's why there's no male pill. Why is it that pornography is free and ubiquitous and you don't have to pay a dime for that, but you do have to pay a shit ton of money for your favorite OnlyFans girl to have that sort of vicarious virtual connection with a girl who looks, she's not, she's the girl next door. She's 7.5. She's still sexual, but she seems like she's attainable. Why is that? Why do guys pay small fortunes for that? Oh, why don't they just rub one out to, Pornhub or wherever, right? Because you can't get that. You can only get that from one way, one source. You can only get that sort of human connection, that care. Even when women are just, faking it, They still want that. You want a waifu, right? You want your like digital OnlyFans waifu. So why is that why do women make money hand over fist on that? I mean, yeah, they do sexual acts and stuff like that. Sure. There's that aspect of it. But it's the connection, it's the connectivity. There's no such thing as an incel, by the way. Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, Louise, anybody. There's no such thing as an incel. You can get laid today if you want to. It's not difficult. Come to Reno. Come to Nevada. I'll take you to the clubs. I'll take you to the brothels. You can get laid. You don't even have to come here. You can probably get laid in your own city. There's probably escorts. I'd be happy to do it for a price. You can get laid. It's not about getting laid. It's not about just, I'm going to lose my V card. No. You want to lose your V card for somebody who gives a shit about you, and nobody gives a shit about you. That's what this comes back down to. You want to know all these guys who are the rise of lonely men. You know why they're shitting their pants because of this? Because they know that if those guys go on long enough, we'll have another Arab Spring, right? You take away two things. You take away men's pornography. You kill off pornography entirely in the United States. No magazines, no internet, no Pornhub. Take away all of that stuff. Sorry, Sterling. Take away all that shit. And then take away hormonal birth control. You'll have a war on your hands within like fucking less than a month. You want to really agitate the populace? That's all you got to do. Take away porn and take away hormonal birth control. Send us back to pre-1965, America, which is not going to happen. I don't think this is going to happen. But like, let's just say, you want to take those two technologies away. Game on, baby. You want them to go. You want 18-year-olds to go fight the Russians. Take away their porn. Take away women's birth control. They'll encourage the guys to go and fight and go and kill people. I guarantee you. That's the problem. You want to know where the sexual revolution came from? That's where the sexual revolution came from. So don't give me this horseshit anymore. Stop it. I'm too fast for you. I'm too smart for you. All right, that's it. Let me see. I got 3 starred ones here. I have to get to this one. Thanks you, Rollo, for everything you've done. I've been following you for 5 years and unplugged from the blue pill. It's nice to finally understand female nature and how it works, working on myself and finally starting to see the difference. Thank you very much, my friend. You're a success story. Jimmy in Dallas. Did I get to you already? Is this the difference? Is this a difference you would acknowledge between alphas, some prisoners, and high value men, Bates Waller. Okay. And alper, I mean, alpha, just say fucking alpha. It's okay. You can say alpha on this. Trust me. I won't think any less of you. Might be out on parole, but a bait or a Waller has no issue with this. No, Jimmy, can I explain? Can I give you the quick hit version here? Okay, so what you're doing is you're looking at 2 different kinds of alphas here. You're looking at Captain America and Iron Man. They're both alpha. One's a pro-social alpha and one is an anti-social alpha. The guy in prison, probably an anti-social alpha. Guys who are leaders of industry, Captain America. Truth, justice, in the American way, that's Superman, right? Like that guy. Oh, I want a guy who's like that. Women got no use for that guy until they do, until they get to their epiphany phase, until they get 29 to 31. Then suddenly Captain America seems like the better choice. By the way, if you haven't seen it yet, you have to see my interview with the Savo brothers. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just repost that on my channel so you guys get a chance to really see it. It was a good interview, and I don't think they'll have a problem with me reposting the clip. But I did talk about that. We talked about the difference between, say, like Captain America or Superman versus Iron Man or Batman, right? Both alpha, but they manifest it in different ways. Sorralita. Base. It's all about that base. Rollo is the word gynocentrism. Taught at school? No, it's not. Before reading your blog, I never heard the word before. That's because gynocentrism was sort of the product of MRAs. I used to call it the feminine imperative, but gynocentrism kind of rolls off the tongue a little bit better. It's really like the social aspect of it. We prioritize everything. It's like there is such a thing as a gynocracy or gynocratic way of like government. Okay, gynocratic, it means that it's a government by women for women, or of women, right? I guess. So gynocratic is actually a word. I don't know if gynocentrism necessarily is, but it was something that was sort of created, I think, back in around 2012 by Polyilum. Okay, MRAs, you get this one. Gynocentrism was those guys. I noticed that when debating women, a woman, if it's not the man's fault, it's 50-50 fault. Yes, okay. Would you like me to explain why that is? Because I just had to deal with that recently in a Twitter feed. Oh, man. Thank you, PP. Where's PP? Hold on. God damn it. Where's PP? There's PP. PP. I said it. There you go. I said PP. There you go. You got it. Let's see. Wait. Oh, and you get this. That's what you get. For my only $100 super chat this whole stream. Thank you very much. How come you don't do things like Rollo or Fresh and Fit? Because PP is the only one that really comes through. Thank you, my friend. Very appreciated. I will go to keep Ned off of OnlyFans. All right, that's it. Oh, so anyways, let me get back to Sorrelita's question. Why is the hell? What did you say? You said, hold on. So now I lost my train of thought. Notice when debating women. Okay, so 50-50. So why do women think that it's 50-50? Now, what you will see, here's the reason for. Fear of young men losing half their stuff isn't based on what they have now, but potentially will accrue in the years. Yeah, of course. Well, that's part of it. But you got to remember that the fear of, guys, stop using the fucking term fear. Like, you're using gynocentric language when you say that. Please don't dismiss this argument. I'm adding to it. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Completely acknowledge that. But it's not just that. Okay. It's not just the fact that, I don't want to lose out my stuff. Like, that'll be the first thing that trad cons will throw at me. Well, men shouldn't be worried about losing half their stuff because God said get married, right? Or guys will have more stuff, or they'll live better lives, healthier lives. They'll make more money if they get married. See, that's what I'm fighting. I'm adding to that. I'm not actually disqualifying that. I'm saying don't rely on just that. Don't rely on just the fact that, guys are worried about losing half their stuff. No, they're worried a lot. They're worried. They're cautionary. They're cautioned. They're hesitant to marry because losing half their stuff, yes, but also because when men are outside of marriage, they have more options and they have more maneuverability and they have more freedom. They can do more things. They have more opportunities outside of marriage than they do inside of marriage. And until you can make a guy like Ruslan or a guy like these guys who are very pro, like PragerU, like Dennis Prager or whoever, Ali Beth Stuckey, I don't know. People who are very pro-marriage and they want to say that that's going to save the West, right? That's going to save us from moral degeneracy in society. Until you can say, look, the reason why these guys are hesitant is not because they're worried about losing half their stuff, although they are. It's because there is more opportunity. And first of all, women don't want to have them even when they do have stuff, right? They're just simply selected out. And they have no authority inside of marriage. It's like the coverture laws, right? Once they get married, they lose opportunity and they lose authority inside of that. As I said before, and I'll say it again, today, the way we do marriage today is like building a house on land you will never own as a man, land that you will never own. Not all women will, but any woman could pull the rug and say, you know what, it's my land, get the fuck off. Could do that. It's building a house on land you will never own. That's why they're concerned. That's why they're cautious. That's why they're hesitant. Could they lose half their stuff? Yeah, they could. But it's more than that. They lose their kids. They lose that side of the family. They lose all the investment. They lose out on the opportunity costs of the opportunities that they could have had outside of marriage that they were limited from inside of marriage, while also living up to that double standard, right? Or the cognitive dissonance of having to live up to the responsibilities, those expectations of responsibility, masculine responsibility, with zero authority. It is building a house on land you will never own. And until you can make that case with the trad con who says, they shouldn't be worried about losing half their stuff, I'm always going to go with that first. Now, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying that there's more to it than just that. So there you go. Sorrelita, this is what I meant, okay? Because I happen to have this right here. This is what's called a logical fallacy, and it's called tu quoque. That's Latin, my friend. Avoiding having to engage with criticism by turning it back on the accuser, answering criticism. This is a logical fallacy that I pulled from this one right here, logical fallacies. Got it? You can go look up logical fallacies. You'll see it's tu quoque. I didn't even know there was a word for this. It's a Latin word. And what it means is like, oh, I know you are, but what am I? That's really what it comes down to, right? It's like, well, men do it too. Yeah, but we're not talking about men. That's what, whenever that comes out, when they go, oh, it's 50-50. No, it's not fucking 50-50 because we're talking about women in this conversation. If I said, oh, we're going to talk about men and women, okay, then we could talk about that. But we don't worry about 50-50 when it's something that we're saying, oh, men ain't shit. Men are deadbeat dads. Oh, yeah. But women do it too. You ever heard that conversation? Have you heard a woman bring up the fact that, well, there's such a thing as deadbeat moms as well? You get that in the conversation? No, that never comes up because men have the responsibility, the old school responsibility, and we always default back to that. So if I say, well, women raise worse children as single mothers than men do. Oh, yeah, well, men are deadbeat dads. Like there's always another criticism that comes back that tries to balance it to circle the square, right? Square the circle, whatever. Always. And we can only do that when something is an unflattering truth to women. That's why. Anyways, we're good. Thank you very much. I've gone way over. I had no intent of doing something as long as this, but of course I did again. Let's see what I have going on. Oh, go check out the Savos, the Red Pill Lions. We've got a new channel for them. I'm trying to promote them. I'm going to push them on my my affiliate channels right now. Go check out Torsha as well. If you haven't seen my interview with her, we did a quick emergency live stream last week, which I thought was pretty fun. And don't take it like so freaking seriously. Just watch it. You'll get something out of it. It's entertaining and it's educational. That's me. So do go check those things out. I will be with you guys midweek. I do have a midweek show planned for this one. I will be next week in Lake Tahoe with Justin Waller. I will have a Sunday show. Don't worry, that's coming. It might be, I might actually do a pre-record for next week's, but we'll see. I might actually be able to do a full one. So that's coming up. And let's see, what else do I have coming for you? Oh, I do have the Players Workshop videos are coming. We're working on them. Again, I've been traveling. Nobody works harder than I'm the hardest working man in the Red Pill. I go places nobody else goes. For better or worse. So I was just in Connecticut. I'll be back there again. I got to go to Vegas. We're scouting out a studio. Myself and Miguel are scouting out a studio, a dedicated studio. Also, we have a West Coast hub for Manosphere Red Pill content creators. Whether that's money, muscles, or game, I don't care. We're going to try to make it available to everybody who's like cool with us, I guess. And we're going to have dedicated studio and dedicated show. We're working on a show right now, like sort of a flagship show. If you don't know who Michael Sartain is, go look him up. Sartain, Sartain, Mike Sartain. Go look him up on Instagram. Good dude. I will probably be on his show pretty soon. He's had Justin Waller has been on there as well. Good friend of his. I'm looking at possibly doing a collab with him in the future. So go check out Mike Sartain. Also, if you happen to be in the Tampa Bay area, if you happen to be somewhere in Florida, I will be, or if you can get the simulcast, if you want to listen to it online, I will be on the Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba Love Sponge. I remember when they used to fight with the Monsters in the Morning in Orlando. But Bubba the Love Sponge show, I will be on there on Wednesday morning. And that will be at 9 a.m. Eastern time and unfortunately 6 a.m. Pacific time. So I'll be getting up probably about 4:30. I haven't had to get up this early for a radio show, a terrestrial radio show, since Pat Campbell, God bless his immortal soul. There, shoot one up to Pat. Big ups to Pat. Wait, hold on. There we go. Pat. Back on Diaz, man. All right, so that's it for today, guys. If you haven't picked up the Rational Mail as far as the oh god damn it, here I am. I didn't even put this on here. There's the overlay. If you haven't picked up the audiobook, it's available now. Of course, Kindle and print is going big time. Print, by the way, I'm very impressed. People are buying the print books like left and right of this, so I'm very happy to see that. Although I like, get it any way you want, but I like to see the print go because it means people are taking it and they're highlighting it and they're dog-earing it and they're underlining it and whatever. So it makes my soul feel good. So thank you very much for that. That is it for me today. I'm trying to think what else I got going on. Do go check out Torsha. Go check out go check out the Savo Brothers. Again, that's the Red Pill Lions. I'll put the link in. Actually, you can probably just pick it up from the link I have down there. But I'll put some stuff up. I've got some new material coming. Also, don't miss the Rational Male blog. I've actually kind of picked things back up there again, and then I'm also getting back to the newsletter. Also, if you are part of my Patreon community, we will be doing the Patreon meeting for this month, for the month of August, which will be the 17th of August, which will be midweek Wednesday, and that will be at 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. If you're not a part of that and you want to be a part of that group and you want to ask me questions, have direct contact with me, I do it for 2 hours. You got to be at the top tier of the of Patreon. It's $200 a month, and you get 2 hours with me once a month. I try to make it as convenient as possible. It's much cheaper than if you want one-on-one counseling with me, which, by the way, I still offer. I am accepting clients right now, although I've got 7. So, and then I've got Sarah Davis. So if you want one-on-one counseling with me, I'm still available for that as well. I've opened that up now that I am done with this book. So I'm kind of getting back to like my old way of doing things. And there is a hardback that's in the process. And yes, there are translations that are also in the works right now as well. So do go check that out. I love you guys. And I'm going to leave you with this. You want to hear the whole thing this time? I should give you the whole thing. Podcast has been a production of TheRationalMale.com. Registered trademark 2022. Don't steal my stuff.